but then to lead the team out and captain for the tournament is massive. It's it really is a big moment, and certainly one that my family and friends are super proud of, and I'm super proud of, and honoured that she's given me that responsibility.
Well, the football transfer window is already in full swing. Manchester City making their latest signing, and it is a name and a face familiar to many in the Premier League. Mateo Kovacic joining from Chelsea for a fee in the region of £25 million plus add-ons. It comes as City's treble-winning captain Ilkay Gundogan departs for Barcelona. And let's not forget, a day after they tabled that huge bid for West Ham midfielder Declan Rice. It is just 5 days to go until the start of Wimbledon at the All England Club, and preparations continuing for Harriet Dart and Jodie Burridge today, who both face tough opponents at Eastbourne later. They won't be joined by Katie Bolton, a recently crowned British #1. She lost in straight sets to Croatia's Petra Martic in the opening round, but insists back-to-back defeats haven't dented her confidence heading into SW19. Better luck in the men's draw as Liam Brody is into the next round after beating fellow Brit Jan Chowinski in straight sets. The world number 147 is into the last 16. And we've heard from Frankie Dettori of late on BBC Breakfast. His bid to win every top-level Group 1 race in Britain has been scuppered. That's after he received an 8-day ban for the overuse of his whip. July Cup, the veteran jockey has been suspended. The July Cup, the only British Group 1 race he's yet to win as he continues his final year in the saddle. It, of course, will still be a special farewell for one of the true legends of the sport. And we talk about legends, don't we? We wonder who, of course, will make their name here at Lord's on day one of this second Ashes test. Perhaps Joshua Tongue, the fast bowler who comes in to replace Moeen Ali following the issues he's had with his finger. And you just feel, don't you, here at the home of English cricket, one of the great venues to stage cricket anywhere in the world, in front of a full house. You wonder, don't you, just his second test match, perhaps taking a wicket or two. Could you top that? Does it get any better than that? Perhaps not. What a special day it'll be for him.
John, thank you very much indeed. I'm just looking at those ominous clouds behind John. It looks like, it doesn't look brilliant, does it? Looks like it might be a little bit cloudy. We need to know what the weather is going to do today. Here's Carol, who can tell us.
Thank you, Sal. Good morning, both. Good morning to you too. I'm going to start.
Good morning.
As almost done. Of course, June is not over yet, and the Met Office has provisionally confirmed that June 2023 is going to be the hottest on record in the UK, beating the June of 1940 and also 1976. Now, the other thing you might have noticed is the vibrancy recently of our sunrises and also sunsets. This is one of our weather watchers' pictures taken a bit earlier in Northamptonshire. Now, part of this could well be down to the fact that we've got some smoke particulates very high up in the atmosphere, and they're from the wildfires that have travelled across the Atlantic from Canada. Just something, another little factoid for you to have first thing this morning. But what we have today is a broad warm sector. Our first warm front's gone through. We've got another set of fronts coming our way. In between, we've got some humid air across England and also Wales. It's a cloudy start for most. There is some sunshine in some eastern areas, but we've got that weather front coming in across Scotland and Northern Ireland. That's producing some heavy rain, and it will continue to push southwards and eastwards, getting in to Northern England and Wales through the day, preceded by some showers. Now, some of the showers in Northern England heading down towards the Midlands could be heavy and thundery, but it looks like for Lords, it could stay dry, but it will be fairly cloudy. Now, behind this weather front, things will turn fresher, but we're looking at a mixture of bright spells, sunshine and showers, with highs 15 to about 18 degrees, but we're still in the humid air as we push further south and east with highs up to about 25. So talking of Lords, this is the forecast for today, a muggy 24 with just light breezes. Now, into the evening and overnight period, once again, we've got our weather front sinking south. If anything, it's going to pep up across the Midlands and into the southeast, and we could see some heavy rain from this. Behind it, some clearer skies, still some showers peppering the north and the west, and still muggy in the southeast as that weather front, but freshly represented by the green colours as we push further north and west. Now, the weather front will still be in the southeast tomorrow morning. It's going to stall for a while, And when it does move away, it will be followed by some showers. But for the rest of us, we've got a ridge of high pressure across us. So that means things will be fairly settled. There'll be a lot of dry weather, a lot of sunshine, but there will be the odd shower, fairly isolated, dotted around. And it's, for example, in Kent, parts of East Anglia, you can see the odd heavy shower, possibly the odd thunder behind this wet front. But as the front pushes away, note the temperatures are down. It's going to feel fresher than it is today. We lose the humidity temporarily. Now, as we move on through Friday, we've got the ridge of high pressure just clinging on in the east, but we do have another set of fronts coming our way, which are going to bring in some more rain, especially so across the north and the west. There are more isobars in the charts as well, so it's going to be that bit windier. So again, we start off on a bright note with some sunshine in eastern areas. In comes the weather front, producing some heavy rain across Scotland and Northern Ireland. But you can see how the cloud builds from the west over towards the east through the course of the day, and quite murky conditions in Wales and southwest England. These are temperatures 15 to about 22 Celsius. Sam and John.
Carol, thank you. We've just been talking actually about the vivid sunrises and sunsets and wondering what was causing it. So that's really useful to know.
Oh, bless you, John. I find that kind of thing really fascinating as well.
That rain will wash it all away. Thank you very much indeed.
It is very high up in the atmosphere, I have to say, very high up.
Thank you, Carol.
I've been loving those sunsets and sunrise. They're gorgeous. Now, it's 6:46 exactly. Fraudsters who offer to help people cheat on their driving tests are advertising their services widely across social media, a BBC investigation has found.
Yeah, the Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency says the number of cases of lookalikes being paid to take tests for others has trebled in the last 5 years, but it doesn't know the true scale of the problem. Our reporter, Chichi Azundu, has more.
You go when you're ready.
Learning to drive, it's a nerve-wracking experience that most of us will have to go through.
I braked you there.
Yeah.
What was coming towards us? Could you see it when you turned?
No.
Blind spot? Yeah.
It's been years since I learned how to drive, and Janet is going to see how much I can remember.
How are you feeling?
Good, excited.
Every time you leave a roundabout, it's actually a left turn.
I nearly hit that car. I'm really sorry.
But you did. Last year, about 1.5 million practical driving tests were taken, and about half were passed. Learning to drive isn't cheap, and it can be time-consuming. And in some parts of the country, there's a 6-month waiting list to get a test.
The practical disaster. It's causing huge problems. But now it's, when am I going to get another test? How long have I got to wait? 6 months, if you're 17, seems like an awfully long time.
And that long time could be helping fuel illegal services, which claim to offer genuine driving licenses, potentially without ever getting behind a wheel. We found hundreds of adverts for illegal services across Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We are here to help you get your full DVLA driver's license in 10 days without doing any test or exam. Text us for more details. Tempted to call it. Hello, I saw your Facebook page about getting a driver's license.
Yes, you can get UK driver license.
And how much is it?
It will cost £720.
Thank you. We also got in touch with another man offering these services. So we sent an undercover journalist to meet him. This is how much he was charging to help cheat a theory test. And he even told us how he does it. He feeds answers to the test using an earpiece.
Peki benim kulağıma bakacaklar mı içeri girerken?
After the meeting, we called the number we had for the man. The person that answered went by the same name, but denied knowing anything. These men caught here on CCTV have been convicted for another common type of driving test fraud, impersonation. They've been paid to take a test on behalf of someone else. The Driving and Vehicle Standards Agency says test centre reports of this has more than trebled since 2018, with around 2,000 reported over the last year.
This is a hidden problem, and we also know from our investigations that there is more going on. So we don't know the true scale of it. The social media platforms are vast, and these people are very clever. They move the adverts around, they change them frequently.
Now, just hold it there. Right door mirror, well done, brilliant, well done. I like that. You have to watch out for the people who are not watching out for you.
And that's a crucial lesson you learn when learning to drive. Authorities are concerned that when corners are cut and people aren't tested to the right standard, it can cause serious accidents or even fatalities. Chichi Azundu, BBC News.
Well, we're joined now on the sofa by driving instructor Ashley Neal. Morning to you.
Morning.
You're not that surprised to hear that this is going on.
No, I've heard stories in the press, probably like everyone else, but I'm a little surprised seeing that on to the extent that it is happening, to be honest.
Why do you think people are going to taking these desperate measures?
People want to pass their test. There's been massive waiting lists for a number of years, and I suppose it's just that desperation of wanting things now.
Because I remember taking my test decades ago, and if you failed, you knew that you'd be able to reapply and retake it a couple of months later at the most. But now you could be back to square one and waiting ages and ages. So that's what's pushing people, isn't it?
Yeah, the waiting lists, they are coming down a little bit over the last couple of months, but in some areas I've known them to be 5 or 6 months. And there's a lot of pressure on people to pass that test, and if they don't, they're going to be waiting for a long time. There's also a big financial part to that as well.
Because it's more and more expensive to take the test?
Not necessarily. It's just the waiting list, because they are long. It's really difficult to then go off and pass it the following time if you don't keep practicing.
It's the lesson.
It's the lessons, and it's the price of that.
But you can understand why, people who've been involved in accidents in the past, maybe the families of people, who've been killed in accidents, would be horrified to think there could be people driving, holding a license which they haven't really earned and they don't deserve. I mean, it's terrifying.
Absolutely, it is terrifying, and it's good that this has been reported and highlighted. I know the DVSA are putting in certain steps to try and help this situation. I do believe as well, I've read something recently that even when they come out to conduct the test, they get a high resolution photo to try and ensure that it is that candidate, because they only get those few moments right at the beginning of the test to try and ensure that it is that person who's taken it.
It seems almost unbelievable that people could be taking tests that, a stand-in takes the test. So, you mentioned one way there, but there does seem to be a need for more stringent identity checks.
That's right, but I don't know how that would be conducted. I've got no idea on how that could be made better. Like I said, the examiners, this is the practical test that I'm talking about, only have literally a couple of moments to identify that person. And it's difficult.
Time pressures.
A little bit, yeah, because they've only got a set period of time to conduct that test. So you're right, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Sal was just saying as we watched the pieces then, some of the footage was from during the pandemic, that one of the issues might have been that people had to wear masks for quite a long time, and that could have, again, hidden people's real identity.
Yeah, that's right. They were taken off to do the identification during COVID. However, one thing that I thought of, that a lot of people do get issued driving licenses before they're 17. And we all look differently nowadays than we did when we were 17. And these licenses only last for 10 years. You have to renew them after that. So the picture when you're 16, 17 looks a lot different than when you're in your mid-20s. So that's an issue as well, I think.
And in your daily job as a driving instructor, are you finding that you are busier than ever? We're hearing there's a backlog for tests, but there's also a desperate need for instructors too, isn't there?
Absolutely, yeah. I run a driving school in Liverpool, and we're still helping people out who have probably been in touch 6 to 12 months ago. It's that bad. There's a big push for tests and a need for tests, but there's also a need for driving instructors.
Does that mean you have concerns about some of the driving instructing that is going on out there? Do you think people are having to turn to maybe relatives or friends or less qualified driving instructors?
Absolutely, usually mum, dad or friends or family. If they can't get a driving instructor, will then take over these these teachings, if you like, and then are the standards as high as they probably should or could be? Maybe not. There is a problem with people taking tests and going in for tests too early also, when they're not ready, and this is also added to the problem because when people fail, obviously, there's still people waiting to come on board, if you like.
So people apply for their tests thinking they might have to wait and maybe get it too quickly.
Yeah, and also that's a little bit of a put off for the instructors also, because us driving instructors, we get checked ourselves, depending on our results. So there's a little bit of a problem when people do apply for these tests, and the instructors are then going to go, well, I'm not actually taking it, and that's when they'll probably go to friends or family to actually go off and take them.
Okay, Ashley, thank you very much indeed for coming in. It's a really interesting subject, isn't it? If you've been affected at home, we'd love to hear from you this morning. Do get in touch in the usual way.
Meanwhile, TikTok and Meta, the company that owns Facebook and Instagram, said that the solicitation of driving licence fraud is not allowed on their platforms, and any content found that violates guidelines will be removed.
6:56, and still to come here on Breakfast this morning, we're going to hear from some of the volunteers who are raising puppies for the sight loss charity Guide Dogs.
They are gorgeous, aren't they? This comes after a record number of people offered to help after we highlighted here on Breakfast a national shortage of guide dogs. We're going to find out how they've been getting on at 10 to 9.
And we said we were going to really look after our nice new sofa.
Nope.
I think we might well have a dog on it in the
Let's
next
hope
hour or so.
It's about time. We've been on air in this new studio for 3 days.
Three
We haven't had
days.
a dog yet.
We
Tired.
need some dogs. Right, it's time now to get the news, the travel and weather from our breakfast teams around the UK. We'll see you with the headlines in just a minute.
Good morning, I'm Michelle Cross with your news in the south. £1 billion fleet of new trains for South Western Railway will not start carrying passengers until the end of this year. That's 4 years later than planned. Only 42 of the 90 trains being built in Derby have so far been accepted by the operator. Most have been put into storage. They've been affected by a series of technical problems and software faults. Training of depot drivers has now started, but none of the 750 drivers who carry passengers has begun training. The Gosport MP and chair of the Culture, Media and Sport Committee has joined a list of politicians and musicians calling on the Home Office to change its position on drug testing at festivals. In a letter to Suella Braverman signed by Dame Caroline Dinenage, the Home Office is accused of blocking on-site drugs testing. Some festival organisers say they can't test drugs this year because the government requires a licence. Well, it comes after Glastonbury and ahead of the Boomtown and Reading festivals. The government says nothing's changed and drug testing's always required a licence. Young people's mental health is the focus of a conference in Berkshire this week. The special event in Reading involves charities, health professionals, mental health experts and school pupils, and includes workshops and discussions on how to better support the mental health of the town's younger generation.
All of these things are such a big influx, and we've all fed it back through questionnaires and surveys, and we've just built on what the young people think will work today. Because at the end of the day, all the professionals, the volunteers who've come here today are feeding back from the young people and seeing what they can do to help make our lives just that little bit more pleasant and easy.
And one of the youngest greyhound trainers in the country is encouraging others to get involved in the sport. Rosie Tungat from Portsmouth is a former glamour model and air hostess. The 26-year-old took over her family business during the pandemic and is now contracted to Oxford Stadium. Let's get the latest weather now. Here's Bea Tucker.
Hi, good morning. We've got another humid day today across the south. A lot of cloud once again, but I think we'll see some decent sunny spells breaking through from time to time. Afternoon, it will be fairly warm and humid. A lot of low cloud out there over the high ground along the coast, the Isle of Wight in particular. I think here it will linger through much of the day. Where the cloud is thickest this morning, there could be some drizzle, but into the afternoon, I think we'll see 1 or 2 showers developing. More so as we get some sunshine, that could trigger some homegrown showers. But a really warm, really humid afternoon with temperatures for some in the mid-20s. Tonight we'll see a lot of cloud initially, further showers pushing in. They could be heavy, becoming more persistent and heavy towards eastern parts by dawn. Further west we'll start to lose some of the low cloud and another really warm night. That rain will be heavy at times, perhaps thundery as it clears away towards the east. Some sunshine developing, 1 or 2 isolated showers and noticeably fresher.
Travel and in Headington and Oxford, 420 London Road is closed in both directions after a serious accident. We'll be back in half an hour. Bye for now.
Every forehand, every backhand, every young star, every rock star, every hello goodbye, every tiebreak, every heartbreak, every spilt drop, every name drop, every epic moment. Don't miss a thing from the next generation of Wimbledon with live coverage of all 18 courts. Starts next Monday on BBC iPlayer.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Breakfast with Sally Nugent and John Kay.
Our headlines for you today. 700,000 children are being taught in school buildings that need major repairs or replacing altogether, according to the Public Spending Watchdog.
A Russian missile strike on a restaurant and a shopping centre in eastern Ukraine kills at least 8 people.
Hospital consultants have voted to go on strike in July. It'll come just 2 days after a 5-day walkout by junior doctors.
Good morning. Boots announces the closure of 1 in 7 of its high street stores. 300 branches will shut as online sales grow.
Is there a better setting for sport? Good morning from the home of cricket, Lords, ahead of the second Ashes Test between England and Australia. The covers are off. England hoping to level what's been an exciting series so far.
Good morning. It should stay dry for most of the day at Lords today. Some eastern areas starting off with some sunshine, but for most it's going to be a cloudy day. We've got rain moving from the northwest towards the southeast and still humid across England and Wales. I'll have all the details later in the programme.
Morning all. Wednesday the 28th of June, and the risk of pupils in England suffering serious injury or even dying because of a collapsing school building is both critical and highly likely, according to a new report.
The National Audit Office also found that around 700,000 children are attending schools that need major rebuilding work, and it's taking a toll on their education. The government says it has been significantly investing in transforming schools, as Hazel Shearing reports.
That one's still on the list to do.
Every year at Kingsley St John's Primary School in Cheshire, head teacher Rachel Jones's to-do list gets longer.
Here you can see they're going to need replacing because there's a significant amount of moisture lost and heating lost.
This Victorian building has an ageing heating system and thick stone walls, posing real challenges.
In the autumn term, what we had in here was condensation because we were trying to delay putting the heating on. Condensation turned so bad, we actually got mould growing on many of our books, and the baskets, we had beautiful wicker baskets, they had to be all thrown away.
Rachel wants to spend cash on teaching resources rather than repairs, which means she's having to find creative solutions to wear and tear.
One little boy took the gaffer tape all around school and found things that he could fix that to help things to stay with us a little bit longer so we don't have to replace them. Our budget is completely stretched. My priority will always be the outcomes for the children, so I have to prioritise based on that, really. Do I buy a pot of paint or do I lose a teaching assistant?
The government has said ideally £7 billion a year is needed for replacing and repairing school buildings, but only £2.3 billion a year has been spent since 2016. Carla Ashman from Sheffield says she was hit by debris that fell from her children's school building.
Where it fell and where it hit me, that's where all the children were filing out 10 minutes later. So there were two classrooms that come out onto where I was standing. So if it hit a child, it was obviously a really large board, but it had really large nails all the way along it as well. So the thought of what could have happened, and it was a real near miss for the children. That's really scary.
A report published today says 1,200 schools in England need major rebuilding or refurbishment.
That isn't just necessarily updating the air conditioning or the ventilation, but that is really those kind of major structural repairs that are needed, perhaps in some cases knocking down and rebuilding buildings. It will differ case by case with every individual school who will have its unique kind of challenges and issues that it needs to address.
The Department for Education says it has been significantly investing in transforming schools, and it's up to those who run schools to manage their maintenance. As Rachel prepares for another cold autumn term, she knows some things can only be put off for so long. Hazel Shearing, BBC News.
Well, a bit later on breakfast, we're going to hear from one primary school head teacher whose classrooms were flooded with raw sewage. But first, at 7:05, let's get more of this morning's news from Sally, and starting with developments overnight in Ukraine.
That's right, John, because at least 8 people have been killed by a Russian missile strike in the city of Kramatorsk in eastern Ukraine. More than 50 others were also wounded when a restaurant and a shopping area was hit. Well, our correspondent Mayumi Jones is live in Kyiv for us this morning. Mayumi, what can you tell us about these attacks? What's the latest?
Yes, this missile struck the city centre of Kramatorsk at a particularly busy time. It was before curfew, a report of people having dinner when the missile struck. One of the targets that was hit was a restaurant, popular with families and with journalists and members of the Ukrainian armed forces. So amongst those 8 dead there, the emergency services say that they included 3 children. They say that the rescue operation is ongoing. They have been working through the night looking for survivors. They believe people are still under the rubble. In drone footage and social media footage that the BBC has been able to verify, you can see that the damage to the buildings is extensive. A lot of rubble, windows blown out in neighboring buildings. President Zelensky, in his address to the nation overnight, condemned the attack, sent his condolences to those affected, and also said that this was evidence that Russia needed to be held accountable for all of the attacks it's carried out against civilians. Now, one thing that should be said is Kramatorsk is in the east of the country, which is very contested. It's not far from the front line, so it often gets targeted. One of the times it was last hit was in April of last year, early in the invasion, when a train station was hit and 60 people were killed.
Mayumi, thank you very much indeed. Now, the leader of the failed Wagner rebellion was confirmed to be in Belarus yesterday, 3 days after his mercenary group's mutiny came to an end. Yevgeny Prigozhin agreed to leave Russia after calling off his troops on Saturday, 125 miles south of Moscow. We're joined now by our Eastern Europe correspondent, Sarah Rainsford. And Sarah, you're joining us from Warsaw, but I know you spent many, many years living and working in Russia. What's the latest that you can tell us, and what does this mean for the Wagner Group?
There's still quite a lot of mystery surrounding the future and the fate of the Wagner Group. Certainly it was confirmed by the Belarusian president yesterday, Alexander Lukashenko, that the group's leader, Yevgeny Prigozhin, was in the country, was in Belarus. And indeed, we saw flight tracking data that his plane had landed early yesterday morning. But the same trackers who spotted that noticed that it actually flew out of Belarus in the direction of Russia, they said, late last night, and that is after reports that Mr. Lukashenko spent several hours in talks with Yevgeny Prigozhin. So it's possible that he's gone back to his troops on the ground, even in eastern Ukraine, his Wagner Group there. It is not clear exactly where he's gone. I think what we're seeing here is the fact that when the deal was made to end this mutiny led by the Wagner Group, you know, these soldiers, these fighters marching on Moscow, this very real threat to Vladimir Putin's authority. When that deal was struck, nobody really went into the precise details. It was all about ending the crisis of the moment, and that those details are now being thrashed out. Certainly, we believe the Wagner fighters themselves are still at their bases in eastern Ukraine. There's talk they might go back to their families. They may possibly go to Belarus in the future. The extraordinary thing in all of this is that they will not face criminal prosecution. And that is amazing in Russia, in a country that prosecutes people for simply criticizing the war in Ukraine.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. That's Sarah Rainsford reporting live from Warsaw. Human remains found in the mountains in California have been confirmed as those of the British actor Julian Sands. The 65-year-old went missing on a hike in January. Storms, icy conditions, and a threat of avalanches set back rescue efforts. He was best known for his role in the Oscar-winning film A Room with a View, as well as the TV dramas 24 and Smallville. Now, the Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey is due to appear in court today, accused of a dozen sex offence charges. Hollywood actor denies allegations of historic offences committed against 4 men, which is said to have been taking place between 2001 and 2013. Joe Inwood is at Southwark Crown Court for us this morning. And Joe, what can we expect from today?
A very busy day. As you can see, it's only just gone 7 o'clock and already we've got dozens of journalists here. What is going to be a very, very closely watched case. Of course, Kevin Spacey, one of the biggest names in cinema. He came to prominence in the film Glengarry Glen Ross and then had a number of incredibly successful films, The Usual Suspects and, of course, American Beauty, for which he won the Best Actor Oscar. He was also the artistic director at the Old Vic in London here for many years. And it is events that took place here in London and in Gloucestershire that are going to be under investigation at Southwark Crown Court today. Now, Kevin Spacey will be appearing here under his true name, Kevin Spacey Fowler, and he faces 3 charges of indecent assault, 7 of sexual assault, and 2 of sexual activity without consent. Now, the alleged offences took place between 2001 and 2013, and again were allegedly against 4 men who are now in their 30s and 40s. Now, we should say that Kevin Spacey denies all the charges, and the trial is expected to last 3 to 4 weeks.
Thanks very much indeed. That's Joe Inwood at Southwark Crown Court for us. Now, the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt will discuss rising prices during a meeting with consumer watchdogs later. He will meet the regulators for banks, telecoms, food, energy and water suppliers, as well as the Competition and Markets Authority, to ask what they're doing about companies that fail to pass on lower costs to consumers. It follows concerns that prices are not falling as fast as wholesale costs. Now, there is another blow to the high street as 300 branches of Boots the Chemist are going to close. Ben can give us more details. Ben, what has happened?
Yeah, so it's about 1 in 7 of its shops closing over the next year. There'll mostly be stores where there's another one nearby within about 3 miles. But the US owners of the chain haven't said exactly where the closures will be. It still leaves 1,900 branches across the UK, and staff will be offered work at the ones that remain. They won't be made redundant. The company has actually seen a 13% jump in retail sales in the 3 months leading to May compared with last year. So you may well ask, why do this? The bosses say they want to invest in improving a smaller number of stores. Sally, John.
Ben, thank you very much.
The last portrait ever painted by the Austrian artist Gustav Klimt has sold, wait for it, for £85.3 million, making it the most valuable work of art ever sold at auction in Europe.
Now, it is called Lady with a Fan. It was sold to a Hong Kong collector who triumphed in a 4-way bidding battle at Sotheby's. The portrait of the unnamed woman was still on an easel in Klimt's studio when he died in 1918.
You'd have to be a big fan of the picture, wouldn't you, to spend £85 million on it? Goodness me. I didn't realise it was the last thing he ever painted.
Yes.
That's obviously why it's got that extra value, hasn't it?
And it hasn't been on the market for 30 years. So
it sold for, what was it, 20 million more than they expected?
Yes.
Amazing. Right, it's 30 minutes past 7. Carol has got a picture for us with the weather. I'm not sure if it's going to be quite so appealing. Morning.
Good morning. I was just thinking that picture looks very nice now on my wall. Thank you, John. Anyway, this morning, if you're just stepping out, it's worth knowing that the pollen levels across much of England and Wales are high or very high. And we still are talking grass pollen at this time of year. Now, it's a beautiful start to the day in some eastern areas, but in the west, and for most of us actually, it's a fairly cloudy start, as you can see in Keswick in Cumbria. And thank you to our weather watchers for these lovely pictures. There's a lot of cloud though. Rain coming in already across western Scotland and also Northern Ireland. Some showers ahead of that across parts of northwest England and Wales. And in fact, Wales and the southwest of England quite murky first thing this morning. But we've got sunshine across northeast Scotland, the rain in the west, the rain coming through Northern Ireland quite heavy as well. And then we've got the showers across northwest England, Wales getting into the southwest. But there are breaks in that cloud here and there, especially around Yorkshire and East Anglia and Nottinghamshire as well, but not all of us are seeing them. And if anything, as we go through the course of the day, as the rain pushes southwards and eastwards, the breaks will be eradicated for most of us, and we'll see some heavy showers develop across northern England down towards the Midlands. Still humid in England and Wales, highs up to 25, but behind the weather front bearing that rain, although there'll be sunshine and showers, it is going to feel fresher. Now, this evening and overnight, the rain continues to journey southwards. It's going to pep up and turn heavier across the Midlands and into the southeast, where it will stall. Behind that, some clear skies and a few showers, but fresher conditions the further north and west you travel. Still muggy, Sal and John, in the south.
Well, thank you.
Now, hospital consultants in England have voted for a 48-hour strike next month in what will be their longest industrial action since the 1970s.
It will actually follow an additional 5-day strike by junior doctors, with planned operations likely to be cancelled but urgent care still provided.
Well, we're joined now in the studio by Dr. Vishal Sharma, who's from the British Medical Association. Thanks very much indeed for coming in. I suppose it's the fact that your action will follow that junior doctor's action, which is likely to lead to even more disruption for patients that will worry a lot of people.
Yeah, no, so we're obviously going to make sure that patients are safe. So during the junior doctor's action, consultants will be covering for them and again providing all that emergency care that patients actually need. And during our action, as you said, there'll be a gap between the two actions. And during our action, again, we'll make sure that all emergency care is actually being covered for patients.
But you can't have 5 days of strike and then 2 days of strike, even by different members of the profession, and not cause enormous disruption and anxiety for a lot of people watching.
Yeah, and we're incredibly sorry for that anxiety and disruption that will happen. And I'm really sad that it has come to this. I think really this is a sad indictment of government, really, because we've had such a long period of pay cuts that's really driven both consultants and junior doctors to this point. But as I say, we will do everything we can to actually make sure patients are kept safe. And obviously the people who are postponed, we'll try and reschedule as soon as possible.
And is it just about pay?
It's a combination of things. It's pay, but it's feeding into working conditions. We're seeing people leaving in large numbers. We've got a huge problem with vacancies. So there's already 8,000 vacancies for hospital doctors, and that's only getting worse. Last year, over 4,000 doctors actually decided to leave the UK to go to other places, and that's really making things worse. And we know that around 58% of consultants are reporting vacancies in their own department. So this is really having a knock-on impact on working conditions, and it's one of the reasons why we have such a big waiting list.
Another number for you. The average consultant earns £126,000 a year. A lot of people are going to hear that, particularly at the moment, and they know you're all very well qualified, but they're going to say, hang on a minute, that's a lot more than most people are earning.
Yeah, we fully accept that the doctors and consultants will be paid more than the average worker. But as you rightly say, we have huge amounts of experience. We are responsible for every aspect of patients' care. We're making life and death decisions literally every day. And that 126,000 isn't for an average 40-hour week. So we do huge numbers of hours. And that figure is including all of the out of hours, all of the on-call work that you do, all of the extra work consultants do all the time. So it's not really a reflective kind of salary for your basic pay in your normal working week.
But some consultants are then topping it up with extra work in the private sector as well. Eh?
Yeah, it's a minority that do that.
They're talking about the NHS, right? How much money they're making. To be honest, I wouldn't pay them a penny. Because I'll tell you what, right, I was buying and selling pianos. I put pianos into people's houses. Right, families delighted with me, the piano man, right, and I'm abused by the NHS. I'm locked up, classed as schizo. I mean, what the hell are they doing? I mean, Christ.
Start making some steps to restore it, and actually fundamentally we're supposed to have an independent peer review body. So our peer review body is meant to make sure that our pay is kept up with with the cost of living. It's actually sufficient to make sure we recruit and retain doctors. But the government to interfere with that process completely, and all we're asking for is that peer review body to be actually restored and to make sure we've got confidence in our pay going forward.
So you're saying that over many years you've not had the increases to keep your salaries in line with inflation, but you have accepted those increases you've had in the past. So it feels, I guess, to some people that you're now saying, well, we shouldn't have accepted it, but you have.
But we don't get a choice. So it's not something that we accept or we decline. This is an independent process. Those are the pay awards we are given. We've campaigned tirelessly to say, look, this is not right. This is not enough. And I think it just shows how reluctant consultants are to take action. It's taken such a long period of time to actually get us to the point where we're now talking about taking industrial action, because it's really, really a last resort, and none of us want to harm patients.
So, in terms of industrial action, what level of disruption can patients expect, and what level of disruption is acceptable to hospital consultants? What will people notice?
So in terms of people who are unwell, acutely unwell, they'll notice no difference compared to Christmas Day, bank holiday, that sort of service. So anybody who needs urgent care will be able to access it as normal. Where there'll be a difference is that elective care will be.
I'm watching television, right? And there's loads of people all working for the NHS, all striking, young doctors. doctors with no experience.
Those days, so hopefully they won't be disrupted. But undoubtedly, there will be some cancellations, and we're really, really sorry for that. But in the grand scheme of things, we know there's a huge waiting list, and actually there is a bigger problem with not having enough doctors, and that's the biggest driver for the waiting list, not the strikes.
But this is going to make the waiting lists longer, isn't it?
But we hope the government will act. So we hope government will, we hope government will actually, come in and give an offer before these strikes so they can still avert it.
Are you optimistic that can happen?
I hope so. I really hope the government will come back to us, because we're not asking for anything unreasonable at all. So hopefully the government will come back to us with an offer and these strikes won't go ahead. That's what we all hope for. But if they do, we hope that will force government to actually act, and we can actually get pay better, retain the staff we have, recruit more consultants, a big difference to the waiting list.
And very quickly, I know you're not going to negotiate on TV, but what kind of percentage increase would be enough, do you think, to call this off?
Yeah, so we'll have that conversation with government. But as I say, we're not asking for a huge number up front. We're just simply saying, okay, please make sure that our pay is not cut this year, and actually start making steps to increase it over time.
Dr. Vishal Sharma, thank you very much indeed for coming in.
Now, Dolly Parton and Shania Twain tribute acts, who we spoke to here on Breakfast yesterday, you might remember, have joined other protesters outside Meta's London headquarters.
Yeah, as impersonators, they are campaigning against social media rules on lookalike accounts after their Facebook and Instagram profiles were deleted.
Yeah, Meta says it allows fan and tribute act accounts if the users state they are not speaking in the voice of the person or the brand. Luxmi Gopal has more.
Hi, I'm Luke Anthony, and I'm a Freddie Mercury tribute act.
I'm Lucy Rose, and I'm a tribute to Britney Spears.
I'm Kelly O'Brien from The Dolly Show, and I pay homage to Dolly Parton. We just want our Facebook pages back and our Instagram back. Please let us work 9 to 5. What a way to make a living. What do we want? Lift the band.
Lookalikes and soundalikes in protest at what Facebook and Instagram are doing. And it's all to do with telling apart the reverent tribute from the real thing. The company's impersonation policies have led to their social media accounts being shut down, in some cases repeatedly.
Financially, it is probably a hefty blow, because I lose gigs from it, I lose work from it, I lose my fan base, which means my ticket sales go down. I haven't worked out a number, but it's probably quite high. Yeah, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands.
Now they're taking the fight to the top. The central London headquarters of Meta, Facebook and Instagram's owner.
There needs to be something set in place so they can change their rules so that AI algorithm will pick up that, we are artists, or verify us in a way that's going to make a difference, because they have to do something.
Get our working britches on. Kelly says her act has had the seal of approval from Dolly Parton herself, the real one. Meta says it's always allowed tribute acts on Facebook and Instagram, but its technology sometimes makes mistakes, and it's reinstated a number of accounts that were wrongly removed. It says it encourages tributes to clarify they're not the real person, but these performers say that's made no difference.
So I spent the week creating a new page, maybe a little bit worded better, so it was Katie Ellis as Taylor Swift tribute act, which I did have anyway, and then it was taken down when it went live within an hour.
It's obvious I am an impersonator because George Michael is deceased. So it's obvious I'm not him, not pretending to be him. I am literally impersonating and or being a tribute to him.
And yet you've had your page taken down.
Twice, yeah.
The tribute acts want the technology firm to better distinguish between deceptive impersonation and loving imitation. Laxmi Gopal, BBC News.
It's quite surreal, isn't it?
Dolly is amazing.
How many of you driving past that picket line yesterday, you wonder what on earth was going on?
And we are actually going to be hearing.
Facebook is a bit shit, really. Well, it's all right. It's not too bad. I mean, I get blocked and all sorts going on. It's crazy. It is. I can't go onto groups which I actually set up. Yeah, Facebook, you're pretty shit.
Somebody taking out your life, and for them to think that that's the best way out.
Sheffield Wednesday midfielder Will Hawkes lost 2 grandparents to suicide. He's now ambassador for the Baton of Hope charity, which campaigns for better awareness of the issue.
We're going to be live in Sheffield this morning as a special baton relay passes through on a tour of the UK. We're going to hear more from Will, as well as from the Baton of Hope co-founder, Mike McCarthy. That will be on the programme in about 25 minutes' time, 7:50.
Much more coming up here between now and 9:15. But now let's get the news, the travel and the weather where you are.
Good morning, I'm Michelle Cross with your news in the south. £1 billion fleet of new trains for South Western Railway will not start carrying passengers until the end of this year. By then, they'll be running 4 years late. Only 42 of the 90 trains being built in Derby have so far been accepted by the operator. Most have been put into storage. They've been affected by a series of technical problems and software faults. Training of depot drivers has now started, but none of these 750 drivers who will carry passengers has begun training.
All rolling stock programs are very complex and there's a lot of steps to go through, but we are progressing through them. So yes, it's late, but we're confident and increasingly confident we will get these in front of our customers as soon as possible this year.
The boat involved in an investigation into the cause of a major incident on Bournemouth Beach where 2 young people drowned has been sold. That's despite officials ruling that the Dorset Belle wasn't the reason for the deaths of the 2 children in May. The pleasure boat was impounded at a marina in Poole while officials carried out examinations. The previous owners citing mounting bills and a lack of income from the vessel not operating for selling her. Delays in discharging patients are causing long waits at the emergency department at Great Western Hospital in Swindon. The hospital has around 100 ready to leave. They're also dealing with a 10% increase in people attending A&E. They're appealing to families to help with any extra support needed to get relatives home. And Hampshire school children will be remembering Canadian troops who died in the First World War today.
For a few weeks, until the last week of June, we imagined we were walking their shoes just for a little while.
318 Canadian soldiers are buried in Bramshot, and students from Liphook Infant and Junior School will lay maple leaves on their graves. It's an event that's been marked on the run-up to Canada Day on July the 1st for the past 2 decades by the school. Today they'll be joined by the Canadian Minister of Defence. Weather now, here's Bea Tucker.
Hi, good morning. We've got another humid day today across the south. A lot of cloud once again, but I think we'll see some decent sunny spells breaking through from time to time this afternoon. It will be fairly warm and humid. A lot of low cloud out there over the high ground along the coast, the Isle of Wight in particular. I think here it will linger through much of the day. Where the cloud is thickest this morning, there could be some drizzle, but into the afternoon, I think we'll see 1 or 2 showers developing. More so as we get some sunshine, that could trigger some homegrown showers. A bit of a breeze developing, but a really warm, really humid afternoon with temperatures for some in the mid-20s. Tonight we'll see a lot of cloud initially, further showers pushing in. They could be heavy, becoming more persistent and heavy towards eastern parts by dawn. Further west, we'll start to lose some of the low cloud and another really warm night. That rain will be heavy at times, perhaps thundery as it clears away towards the east. Some sunshine developing, 1 or 2 isolated showers and noticeably fresher.
Travel, and in West Sussex, the A2031 Tarring Road in Worthing is closed in both directions due to a building fire at an industrial unit. We'll be back in half an hour. Bye for now.
Hello, good morning. You're watching Breakfast Today with Sally Nugent and John Kay.
Now, around 700,000 pupils in England are being taught in school buildings that should be replaced or that need major repairs, according to the National Audit Office.
Yes, its report today says there has been years of underfunding and it's unclear how many schools have serious structural risks. The government says it has been significantly investing in transforming schools.
We're going to speak to head teacher Steve Marsland in just a moment, but first, let's take a look at what's happening at his school in Greater Manchester.
It's Thursday the 21st, Worcester Scott Primary School. The drains have failed again, blockage in the same area. Smell is absolutely horrendous. Evacuated the Key Stage 1 area of the children, but the smell is permeating into that bay and it's making people feel sick. As I'm doing this now, it's making me retch. It's a few inches deep behind the sink units. It's flowed over the drain into the cleaning stock cupboard, ruined all the equipment again. So these toilets are now out of bounds. This is the fourth time.
The fourth time. That was head teacher Steve Marsland, who's here on the sofa. It's his voice you heard on the little film there, along with Simon Kidwell from the National Association of Head Teachers. Good morning to you. Steve, you could get a sense of the kind of frustration in your voice as you were giving us that guided tour on your mobile phone. When you see that kind of mess that you have to deal with, what's going through your head?
Disgraceful. What goes through my head? The worry and the panic, to be honest, about keeping children safe. Because that's what this is all about. It's about keeping children safe. The very youngest of children in the case of the ingress of the sewage, was raw sewage coming up through the floors on many occasions, resulted in the closure of the school and the sickness of children. On either side of the building, we've got the older ones on one side, the younger ones on the other side, and the sewage ingress was on the side of the youngest. And we had a plummet in attendance through sickness after these sewage floods. It's absolutely disgrace. It's been going on since 2015. It's not a new thing. And it was down to poor building practice on numerous occasions. Fire doors chopped to allow ventilation, so they're no longer a fire door. The actual fire certification was never in place within the building, so it was deemed dangerous. Didn't comply to building regulations. And we've had a fight since 2015. School closures, explosive levels of sewer gas going into the building, so we have to evacuate again. Alarms that were wrong way round, so when it was a fault, it was real. So if we would have had a fire, nobody would have come. And the building was open to children. In fact, 460 of them, because it's a large school. And the building was constructed by Carillion, who eventually went down. And we were left with a building with no money. And the accountability between those that bring these people in as a preferred contractor and the people who were building isn't there. There's nobody with the skills on behalf of the school to look after us.
Simon, Steve's story is shocking, isn't it? It's about keeping children safe. How common is that sort of story?
I think what Steve's talking about is very rare. We had a similar new build at our school a few years ago, and we haven't had the same sort of problems. What we are seeing from today's report is...
I want United Kingdom to ask the USA to come to the United Kingdom. USA, it's a big place, right? Lots of staff, they can all come to the United Kingdom.
It means that they need significant investment to actually to remain safe and to remain usable for schools. So we do need to have... It's an awful lot, an awful lot of money. And what we have seen, we've seen underinvestment in schools. I think Steve's example is an example of where it's been done the cheap, where the contractors haven't gone through the proper checks and barriers. So we're really concerned about the state of the school estate.
We've got a statement from the Department for Education, and they say we're investing in 500 projects of new and refurbished school buildings through our school rebuilding programme. And on top of this, we've allocated over £15 billion since 2015 for keeping schools safe and operational. And they say, Steve, it's the responsibility of those who run our schools, academy trusts, local authorities, voluntary aided school bodies, to manage and maintain the schools and to alert us if there are problems. What do you hear when you hear that statement?
Silence, because that's what happens. The accountability for the school, for our school, the community school, is the council, Tameside Council. And it's up to them to make sure that that building is fit for purpose. But because of the close allegiance to major contractors who virtually took over our local authority, there is nobody to hold them accountable for poor building practice. And we're still paying the consequences now. Our energy bills before the rebuild were between 12,000 and 15,000 a year.
They then went up with the remodel to £45,000 a year. And our latest bill, because of all the increases in energy cost, last month's bill was nearly £9,000. So you're looking at 100 grand across the year because of the consequence of poor building practice in 2050.
We should say that we did ask your council for a statement. We haven't got one from them, but if we do hear from them, we'll bring that to you.
So what needs to happen now?
Well, I think the department's figures are interesting. They say 15 billion over the last 8 years. Actually, the Department of Education said we need more than twice of that amount of money. So there's clearly a disconnect between the Department of Education and the Chancellor. And I think they need to make those strong arguments of why we need more money invested, because it's a ticking time bomb. If you fail to invest in those 38% of schools which have expired in terms of their use-by date, then we're going to be storing up problems for the future.
And it's just after 7:30 Wednesday morning. There'll be loads of families with the telly on in the kitchen right now and racing around to get ready for school. Should parents be worried about the safety of their kids at school today or any day?
I think in terms of Steve's example, I think there are some extreme cases that the government needs to prioritise immediately. I think in terms of the general school estate, no parents needn't be worried because you've got head teachers like Steve who are taking affirmative actions to make sure the children's day-to-day safety is there. So, but I think unless they invest, we're going to get more and more examples like Steve said today.
And I guess Steve, part of the problem is, we're talking about investment and like future planning, but actually there are mistakes that need correcting before all of that, aren't there?
Huge mistakes. We have to know who's building our schools and whether or not they're competent enough, and whether or not profit comes before excellence, and that's the problem. When illicit practices take place, where they're chopping off fire doors, somebody should be there to say you can't do that. But the building services that oversee these contractors are employed by the contractor. So
my school, right, Millbrook Secondary School, right, in Millbrook, right, was knocked down and they put houses there. Yeah, that's what they've done. My brother's got a house where my school used to be.
Of the men's Ashes second test. Morning, John. How's it looking?
Yeah, good morning, Sam. Morning, everybody. Well, it's looking beautiful, isn't it? As Lords so often does, the home of English cricket. You can see the world-famous Lords Pavilion behind me with the dressing room balconies either side. England and Australia ahead of the toss, of course, preparing to battle it out. And you can see that the covers are off behind me, and that wicket is looking very green. And with these clouds as well, slightly overcast conditions, I wonder if Ben Stokes was to win the toss this morning for England, whether he might fancy bowling first. James Anderson, such a great exponent of swing bowling in these conditions as he gets the ball to move through the air. I think he will certainly fancy his chances as part of that all-out pace attack that England have gone with against Australia as they look to level the series in this huge second Ashes test to come. Let's just remind ourselves of how things are looking at the moment, with England having lost that first test last time out. It could have been a very different story, couldn't it, if things had gone England's way as they pushed for victory, and they say they're not going to change their tactics heading into this second test to come. It was Australia, though. They have the edge, don't they? They won by 2 wickets on the final day at Edgbaston to go 1-0 up in this 5-match series. As far as that pace attack is concerned, England have included Josh Tongue in that bowling lineup, replacing off-spinner Moeen Ali, who's struggling with a finger injury at the moment. But despite defeat, Stokes says they're not going to change their style. They will still go on the attack, and that is the way they want to play.
We found a way of cricket which brings the best out of us as a team. We're not always going to be on the right side of results, and that goes the same for every team, regardless of the way that they play. But we found huge success in our mentality and the way that we go out and take the game on. So things won't change.
I mean, the game starts from scratch, doesn't it, for game 2? I think we could take a lot of confidence out of the first match. And in some ways, we weren't at our best, but still managed to get over the line. So, I thought we took a lot out of last week, and, to scrap away with a win was great.
Yes, Australia were accused of playing relatively conservatively in the first test. How will they play heading into the second? Now to another captain now, the England captain, Millie Bright, ahead of the Women's World Cup, which is on the horizon, another big fixture as part of this busy summer of sport we have around the corner, she will miss England's final World Cup warm-up match, which is being played this weekend against Portugal on Saturday, but is confident of taking her place in that England squad for that World Cup, which begins next month. The Chelsea defender has been out since March after knee surgery, but says she'll be ready for that opener against Haiti on the 22nd of July. Bright replacing the injured Leah Williamson as captain, and only found out when manager Serena Wiegman revealed the news in a press conference last month.
Representing your country at a major tournament or in any game is a massive honour, but then to lead the team out and to know you're captain for the tournament is massive. It really is a big moment, and certainly one that my family and friends are super proud of, and I'm super proud of, and honoured that she's given me that responsibility.
In tennis, Harriet Dart and Jodie Burrage both face tough opponents at Eastbourne later today as they continue their preparations for the start of Wimbledon next week. Burrage faces Coco Gauff. The 19-year-old American looked in good form ahead of Wimbledon next week as she came through in straight sets against Bernard Pera. And Liam Brody plays in the last 16 later. He beat fellow Brit Jan Chowinski 6-3, 6-4 yesterday, and faces faces Sweden's Mikael Ymer this afternoon. Dart up against Yelena Ostapenko later. So how do you call this one later on? It's been interesting to hear what some of the players have made of it. Zach Crawley, the England opener, says he thinks England will win by 150 runs here. That is quite a bold statement, and certainly adds some fuel to the fire in this one. We saw Ollie Robinson as well, the England bowler, fairly vocal in that first test, which certainly fired things up as well. And another man as well, Glenn McGrath, obviously famously as part of that Australian pace attack for so many years. He said in the lead up to this one, were Australia to win here and take a 2-0 lead in this series, then it would be Ashes over. It's all these little lines which sort of build this narrative, don't they, which certainly make these Ashes contests so enthralling. But you feel with these conditions today, will England fancy a bowl? We'll find out when the toss comes later.
I know, it's been so unpredictable, hasn't it? You see the mowers are out already, John. It's looking great, Lords, isn't it? Absolutely great.
It is such an amazing setting, and it doesn't get much bigger than this, does it? Second Ashes test, Australia visiting here. No wonder they're working so hard, because the pressure's on all round, isn't it?
Absolutely. John, thank you for now. Back there later.
Well, let's find out what the weather is actually going to be like at Lords and everywhere else. Here's Carol. Morning, Carol.
Good morning, both. Good morning to you too. At Lords today, it should stay dry actually for much of the day. It's going to feel muggy though, light winds and highs up to about 24 degrees. But for all of us, it's a fairly cloudy day ahead. Some of us starting off with a bit of sunshine in the east. We've got rain coming in across the northwest and across England and Wales in particular. It's going to feel muggy. Now that's because we're in between these two weather fronts here in the muggy air. But as this cold front, the one of the triangles, sinks southwards, taking its rain, fresher conditions will follow on behind. So a murky start to the day across Wales and the southwest. There's a lot of low clouds and hill fog and also some showers. Some showers across northern England, heavy rain moving through Northern Ireland and Scotland, eventually getting into northern England and also eventually North Wales. Ahead of it, we'll see some showers develop as temperatures rise, particularly northern England heading down towards the Midlands, and some of those could be heavy with the odd rumble of thunder. Breezy today as well, and our temperatures in the fresher conditions 15 to about 22, but in the muggy conditions 22 to 25. Now through this evening and overnight, our weather front continues to push steadily southwards and eastwards. As it crosses the Midlands and the southeast, the rain will pep up and turn much heavier. Behind it, some clear skies, just a peppering of showers in the northwest. And behind that weather front, it's going to be a fresher night. So temperatures 9 to about 12 degrees, but we're still in the muggy air as we push farther south. So then, tomorrow we start off with our weather front ensconced in the southeast. Slowly, it will move away. We've got a ridge of high pressure behind it, and then another weather front coming in later in the day to the northwest. So some of this rain will be heavy. You might hear the odd clap of thunder from it as well, before it eventually moves away through the course of the afternoon. For East Anglia and Kent, we could catch the odd sharp shower. Again, that could also be thundery. But for most under this ridge of high pressure, it is going to be dry. There'll be isolated showers here and there, not much more than that. And then the clouds going to thicken up in the west ahead of the next weather front coming our way. It's not going to be as muggy across parts of England and Wales, the fresher air coming in behind the weather front. So moving on then into Friday, low pressure still with us. We've got some more fronts coming our way and a few more isobars in the charts as well. So it's going to be a windier day out towards the west, particularly the northwest, where we'll also see that rain come in. But many areas starting off on a dry and a sunny note on Friday morning. As our weather front comes in, it will bring heavy rain in across Scotland and Northern Ireland, but a lot of cloud and again, murkiness, hill fog, coastal fog along the coast and hills in the west. And through the day, you can see how the cloud pushes over towards the west as well. The brightest and driest conditions in at the far southeast. Temperatures ranging from 15 in Lerwick to 18 in Birmingham to 21 or 22 in London and Norwich. Sam and John.
Thank you, Carol.
Pleasure.
Now, the rise in children and young people using e-cigarettes will be discussed by MPs and vaping industry bosses today.
Yeah, this comes as an increasing number of illegal and counterfeit vapes which don't meet regulations are being sold in the UK. Our reporter Eric Anderson explains.
People buy these from corner shops, they buy them online. They don't tell you they're illegal vapes. We don't know what's in it. We don't know whether it's got a lot of nicotine, a little nicotine. It's just a nasty, nasty, nasty product.
These are illegal vapes. They're vapes which don't meet UK regulation and have recently been called the biggest threat to the high street by trading standards. Raids to seize them like this one in Westminster have been on the rise. And at ports, officers have seen their fair share of them coming through.
Last year I seized 1.4 million illegal vapes from the port. The vapes that you see here, these were all seized by trading standards over the course of 1 week. They're all illegal. There's nothing legal here. If consumers get their hands on these vapes, they could potentially be harmful. If you absorb too much nicotine, it could cause serious harm. You don't know how safe the lithium batteries are. Sometimes these vapes, when you drop them, they open up and release liquid.
So what makes a vape illegal? Now, UK law limits vapes to be 2% nicotine and around 600 puffs. This vape is 5% nicotine and 4,000 puffs.
But it's not just dodgy imports. Recently, some supermarkets have taken well-known and official brands off their shelves whilst they investigate their standards.
Here we have an illegal vape. It's very poorly manufactured. They're not supposed to come apart easily. As you can see, this one, you just flick the top off and you've got access to the interior. You can imagine it's quite a large battery. There's a lot of lithium in there. Goes into your bin, goes into your recycling facility, gets crushed, and that's where you get your bin fires from. It's another illegal vape. But if you can see, nice little gummy bears on top. Which market's that for? Is that for your 70-year-old person who's been smoking 30 cigarettes a day for their life and wants to come off it? Or is that for somebody who's 12 or 13 and wants to start vaping?
You're supposed to be 18 or over to buy a vape in the UK. Vapes are less harmful than normal cigarettes, and that's because they don't contain tobacco or produce tar or carbon monoxide. However, long-term effects of vaping are not yet known, as they have not been around long enough for us to know the risks of their long-term use. Eric Anderson, BBC News.
Now, suicide is the biggest killer of men.
I don't actually like vapes, really. I've got one, but I don't really use it much.
Yeah, it's hoped the campaign will reduce the stigma around suicide and encourage people to speak up and ask for help.
Law reporter Alison Freeman is in Sheffield, where the second leg of the UK tour begins this morning. Morning, Alison.
Yeah, good morning. Welcome to Hillsborough Stadium, the home of Sheffield Wednesday, where in about 40 minutes or so, the fourth day of the Baton of Hope relay is going to kick off, if you like. It's visiting 12 cities in 12 days, spreading that message of hope to people who might feel suicidal or who have lost loved ones. And it's a particularly special day today because this is the home city of Mike McCarthy, the man behind it, the man who lost his son Ross just back in February 2021, and he really wants to spread this message. We'll be talking to him in a moment. But earlier this week, I came here to the stadium to chat to Will Vaulks. He's the footballer who's going to kick off today's events, and he told me why this event is just so important to him.
My
granddad Tom, who's my dad's dad. A bit more Jack the lad. He's one of those grandparents where when he came down to look after us, he always used to say, when the cat's away, the mice will play. So my mum and my dad basically were away. It was no bedtimes, play, rough and tumble, on his motorbike, playing in the garden, very active. Always remember like wrestling with him and, you know, going and jumping in rivers. My other granddad, Grandad Howell, is my mum's dad, Welsh side of my family. Very much a family man, quiet, so loving. Two very different people, but I couldn't have asked for more growing up, you know, from both my granddads, I guess.
Footballer Will Vaulks was just 13 when his dad's father took his own life. He'd had some mental health support after a failed attempt 6 months before, but the former miner died by suicide in 2007 at the age of 67.
I think that's the first time I ever saw my dad cry. We never said like, oh, he was clearly struggling with his mental health. Those words weren't used. It is really sad, you know, to have somebody taking out your life and for them to think that that's the best way out, whereas we'd love to have had them for another 10, 15 years.
But that wasn't the only tragedy to hit the footballer's family. Just 13 months later, in October 2008, Will's other grandfather, Hal, who was 78, took his own life too.
So my mum was in the car with the police dogs looking for my granddad. And as far as I'm aware, she kind of came around the corner and found my granddad. That was just like complete shock. And you wouldn't have expected that at all.
Poignantly, the day before he died, Hal went to see Will play one last time at Tranmere Rovers.
Chances are he was thinking, I'll go and watch Will play football. And then that night told my mum he loved her. And then the next morning, killed himself. We don't really know the ins and outs of why, which is, again, hard because we didn't have a chance to have conversations, we didn't have a chance to seek help, we didn't have a chance to put things in place or get him speaking to people because, well, I think, honestly, that if we'd have known and managed to get the help that he needed, it could have been prevented.
It must be really difficult to know that they haven't seen how successful you've become. Is that something that you feel, you know, is it in the back of your mind often?
Yeah, it is, and I think having my own child now, you know, I'm not a big crier, but my mum sent me the pictures for this interview and I actually cried in the car with my little boy in the back because we just thought, you've missed out on so much. But not just me, they've missed out. My sister's a doctor, which I know would have made my granddad so proud. My brother's successful with his business. You know, it's not just me playing football, but yeah, they've missed so much. That's just the reality of suicide.
Will be kicking off the Sheffield stage of the Baton of Hope relay, hoping to highlight the help that's out there for those who are suicidal. But he's also backed Sheffield Wednesday's Men's Talk Club, even taking part himself.
Came out of it feeling a little bit better myself. So it just shows like whether you think you're feeling okay or you can always feel a bit better, I think. And imagine when you're really low, you can always feel a little bit better by talking about it.
We've talked a lot about talking today. If you could speak to either of your granddads again now, perhaps before they took their own lives, what would you say to them?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a hard question. I think just how much they're loved. That's what people who take their own lives, I think they've somehow managed to blank that out. That you're so loved by so many people. I guess that's why we're doing this, to try and help other families not go through what we have.
But you can see they're starting to get ready here. They've got the banner all ready, but more importantly, joining me now is Mike McCarthy. This is all your idea, basically. What's it been like over the past few days?
Well, first of all, there were other people involved. It wasn't just me, but the past few days have just been astonishing. We never imagined a year ago, you know, this charity is just 1 year old. We never imagined that it would grow so big so quickly. And the reception that we've had in the cities that we've visited so far, Glasgow, Edinburgh and Newcastle, has been beyond our wildest imagination. So warm, so enthusiastic. And it's filled me with hope because it's made me think that maybe the time is right. Maybe there's something happening out there where people no longer see suicide as a taboo. And if that is the case, that's an amazing breakthrough and just something wonderful to behold, basically.
Fantastic achievement. Look, today is very special to you, isn't it? This is your home city. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, we've lived here for 40 years, and my son Ross was born here and grew up here. We lost Ross in 2021 to suicide. He sat in this very stadium. But Ross was one of those rare creatures who supported both football clubs. He just loved Sheffield and he wanted both football clubs to do well. So he used to go and visit Sheffield United. And yeah, it's kind of, I don't know, it's very moving to be here knowing that he was here and that this was something that he loved. And yeah, he sort of left a farewell letter saying, please fight for mental health. And suicide is never the answer.
Mental health needs to be assessed. Seriously, my neighbour, right, he killed himself. He was in a section unit with me, locked up. There was nothing wrong with me, and I was locked up.
With us by your side is Will. He's the man who's going to be kicking off today. Will, you know, hearing Mike talk like that, your own experiences, your grandfather's on your chest there. What does it mean to be holding the baton there today?
Means a lot. I'm trying not to look at Mike too much because he's going to set me off. But no, it does. It's a real honour. I feel privileged. You know, I wish I wasn't carrying it in a bizarre way. I wish my granddads hadn't have killed themselves, but they did. And I'm trying to now do, you know, just a fraction of what Mike's doing and spreading the message out that it isn't the answer. And let's not lose these people anymore. Stop families going through what we've been through, what we're going through. That is the aim. It says on that banner, Zero Suicide Society. That is the plan. That's what we want to do.
You two, men, stating the obvious there, but talking very passionately. That wouldn't have happened 10, 15 years ago. We touched on that in our interview, didn't we?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it would have. You know, I met Mike at a talk club that the whole point is to talk and men talk. And we know men are not the best at it. We just say, you're all right, yeah, I'm all right. And then we crack on. But that's not the way it should be. And I do think we're moving in the right direction. Statistics, suicide-wise, aren't great. They've stagnated from what I've seen over the last few years, but we want to improve that and get those numbers right down. And I think the way to do that, well, I'm certain the way to do it is to talk about it, get it out there.
Talking is the key. Thank you so much. Good luck today. Good luck for the rest of the journey as well, Mike. Well, there's going to be more than 800 people, is that right, taking part, carrying the baton over the rest of the journey, another 8 days I think we've got to go, and we'll be following here on Breakfast, I'm sure. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Alison. All best wishes to Will and Mike there for sharing their story.
And if you have been affected by any of the issues raised by that report, you can find organisations offering help and support on the BBC Action Line website. Just search bbc.co.uk/actionline.
We've got the headlines coming up for you at 8 o'clock. But first, let's check in with our breakfast teams around the UK to get the news, the travel and weather where you are. We'll see you in a moment.
BBC will not listen to me. They will not listen to me at all. What can I say? I mean, mental health, innit? You know, locking normal people up, people that are nothing wrong with them, locked up. They turn into a situation where they want to die. They can't cope with mental health. NHS is terrible. We've got to get rid of NHS, get rid of them.
Chair of the Culture, Media and Sport Committee has joined a list of politicians and musicians calling on the Home Office to change its position on drugs testing at festivals. In a letter to Suella Braverman signed by Dame Caroline Dinenage, the Home Office is accused of blocking on-site drug testing. Some festival organisers say they can't test drugs this year because the government requires a licence. Well, it comes after Glastonbury and ahead of the Boomtown and Reading festivals. The government says nothing's changed and drug testing's always required a licence. And young people's mental health is the focus of a conference in Berkshire this week. The special event in Reading involves charities, health professionals, mental health experts and school pupils, and includes workshops and discussions on how better to support the mental health of the town's younger generation. The weather cloudy to start, some brighter spells developing with the odd isolated shower in places, highs of 24 degrees Celsius. We'll be back in half an hour. Bye for now.
We're hitting the road to explore beautiful Britain.
Come in, let's up.
Something we haven't done since we was kids.
Dad, you carry on, Sally. Charlotte! Be defeated!
and opening up about stuff we've never talked about.
I let you down.
The son of family, more important than anything in the world.
A right family holiday. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Breakfast with Sally Nugent and John Kane.
Our headlines today: 700,000 children are being taught in school buildings that need major repairs or replacing altogether, according to the Public Spending Watch.
Now, this is something not good about BBC. BBC, what can I say? I've been sat here for probably an hour or two. About 2 hours probably. And the news, they're repeating the news, the same news again. It's hopeless. There's so many things going on in this world, and BBC want to say the same stuff over and over again.
Essentials during the cost of living crisis. Good morning from Lords. It is a day for names to be etched into sporting history. Will one of those be the England bowler Josh Tongue, who comes in to replace Moeen Ali as the second Ashes test gets underway here this morning with England?
I've got a tennis racket in my bedroom. I've got a baseball bat and a ball in my bedroom.
Northwest, slowly moving southeastwards, preceded by some showers, and it's going to be muggy across England and Wales. I'll have all the details throughout the rest of this morning's programme.
Morning, all. Wednesday, the 28th of June, and the risk of pupils in England suffering serious injury or even dying because of a collapsing school building is said to be both critical and highly likely in a new report.
The National Audit Office also found that around 700,000 children are attending schools that need major
Let's cut.
Inside from Boxed, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
Well, Ken, they're bringing some much-needed sunshine away as a cloudy start to the day. Rain arrives in the north, but it is still pretty muggy, especially in the south. This is the grey scene greeting many of us this morning. Rain across Northern Ireland, heading its way eastwards as we head through the day. Scotland and Northern Ireland, a wet morning, brighter this afternoon with showers, a fresher feel, 18 or 19. Outbreaks of rain for Northern England, the Midlands, Wales and the southwest where it's grey, damp and drizzly. The best of sunny spells in the south and east with highs of 25 degrees. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
Good morning, Britain. Water bills could be set to rise by hundreds of pounds a year. New plans could see you footing the bill to clean up the sewage mess water companies have so far failed to tackle.
A huge escalation in the NHS pay dispute as England's most senior doctors vote to walk out in the same week as their junior colleagues in July, bringing 7 days of strike disruption to the health service.
This Wallet Wednesday, Martin's advice on the major changes to student finance.
Yes, as I've been saying, if you are the parent or perhaps a grandparent of an under 18-year-old, then you need to know about the biggest changes to student finance for those from England in a decade. The cost is likely to increase for many by 50% from September. It's all about what you pay once you leave university. I'll take your questions and hopefully try and help you navigate through the system soon.
The Trick Special Award goes to...
Good morning.
Britain!
And it's the morning after the night before GMB honoured with a special award at this year's Trick Awards, while Nigel Farage brushed off boos and jeers to celebrate winning Best News Presenter, of course, with a pint.
Wednesday, 28th of June, 2023. Live from Television Centre in London, this is Good Morning Britain with Susanna Reid and Martin Lewis.
The guy celebrated with a pint. I mean, what's the point in drinking? I'm trying to say we should get drinking off the TV.
40% to pay for the cost of tackling the sewage crisis. According to the Times this morning, the rises are expected to be announced next year and could mean annual bills increase from an average of around £450
to £680.
Yeah, so anyone who pays water bills at home, the question I'd ask you, if you're in England or Wales, if you have more or the same number of bedrooms in your house than people, then I would go onto the Consumer Council for Waters calculator. You may be able to save hundreds of pounds a year now by switching to a free water meter. You can't do that in Scotland and Northern Ireland. The Chancellor is set to raise the issue of water bills and other public utilities at a meeting today with Ofwat and other consumer watchdogs, where he's going to be discussing ways to address the cost of living crisis in response to claims companies are profiteering when consumers are struggling.
In a moment, we speak to Katie Rickett about the impact this meeting could have on gas and electricity bills. But first, Lorna Shaddock is here. Lorna, these water companies have been fined record amounts. It looks like it's the customer who will have to pick up the bill.
Yeah, that's right, Susanna. And I think we all remember, don't we, some of those pictures from last summer in particular of that awful raw sewage going into the beaches and rivers. I remember speaking to one family who were absolutely horrified to see some raw sewage floating past their children when they were paddling in the sea. And I think we've got some pictures of some rather unsavoury scenes in places like Cornwall and Sussex that some of our viewers have filmed. And it's now being reported in the Times that England's water companies have been asked to submit plans by October to deal with pollution and how they're going to be tackling that issue of sewage, and that's going to be regulated by Ofwat. That sounds like good news, but the Times is also saying it has seen documents that show that to pay for that work, water companies are asking the regulator to approve price increases, as you say, of up to 40%. So take Southern Water, for example. Now they got a £90 million fine for dumping raw sewage. Their customers could see their bills go up the most, from £432 to £677 by 2030. And now they say that money is going to be invested in the region. They've got a particularly difficult region with unique challenges environmentally, but they're not the only ones. South East Water, Wessex Water, Thames Water, their customers could also see increases as well. And this comes as Thames Water, in fact, has seen their boss, Sarah Bentley, step down with immediate effect just weeks after she decided to give up her bonus because of the company's poor environmental performance. Ministers now reportedly considering perhaps renationalising Thames Water as a result. So all of this comes as people are already struggling, as we've talked about. Water prices already rose by up to 11% in April. So this meeting, perhaps with the Chancellor, potentially very crucial. We're all going to be hoping it's a bit of a watershed.
Lorna, thank you. Katie Rickett is in Liverpool. So what might the Chancellor say in this meeting today with regulators to help those struggling with other bills?
Well, Susanna, the government has already met with banks about mortgage rates, and he's met with supermarkets about the rise in food prices. This is a look at utility bills, and it's the big one for businesses like this because, for example, where I am this morning at Tess Riley's, they signed into a new deal a year ago just as the energy crisis was hitting, and they got stumped with a bill that was 50% higher than what they were used to, and they're stuck with that for another 12 months, and it's given them some really tough decisions. They've had to basically decide to shoulder that rather than pass it on to the customers and basically risk losing them. But a lot of companies are actually coming to the end of their fixed term contracts, which were fixed at a time when things were more favourable, and they're worried that the government support has now stopped, and are they going to get slapped with these huge bills? They might not be able to stop from having to pass those kicks onto their customers. So, for example, we spoke to a brewery, Seven Brothers, who supply pubs like this, and they're really concerned about the future.
We've been quite lucky over the last couple of years in terms of the cost of our energy, especially here at the brewery. We had fixed price contracts that have been locked in for the last 3 years. However, they're coming to an end in September. So we already know what price increase we're going to experience, and that's anywhere between 60 and 80%.
So really tough times. There's already going to be a new energy price cap for household bills, which will cut your bills by between 10 and 20%, but not the same for businesses. So the whole point for the Chancellor today is to address what these watchdogs and regulators can do to ensure that any price falls are fairly passed on to those using these utilities.
Katie, thanks very much indeed. That's our main news this morning. Coming up, we are going to speak to the Children's Minister. First, though, here's Charlotte with the rest of the day's news.
Thanks very much. Good morning. 700,000 children in England are being taught in unsafe school buildings that need major works to repair them. That's according to a report from the National Audit Office, which says a school collapse that causes death or injury is very likely.
Yeah, more than a third of school buildings in England essentially are past their sell-by date in terms of their lifespan and their design. At this school in Devon, the head teacher refers to these buildings, which are used to teach 100 kids each day, as sheds. They've been used for decades as temporary buildings. Still here, you can see that the guardrail here, they're desperately unsafe. The kids can't go anywhere near it. Inside the building, they've had raw sewage coming out. They've got a decades-old heating system which is constantly needing repairs, and rusted foundations. It's a long list of problems, as is the case for many schools across England.
The NHS is bracing for a new wave of strikes next month after hospital consultants in England voted in favour of industrial action in a dispute over pay. The strike, planned for July the 20th and 21st, will follow a 5-day walkout by junior doctors.
Charlotte, it'll take more than a sticking plaster to cure these strikes. This is a major escalation in disruption to the NHS. Many patients watching will already be missing out on care, of course, from previous strike action we already had this year. And now it means that thousands more patients watching are going to have cancelled operations and missed appointments. Good morning to you.
Pharmacy chain Boots is to close 300 of its stores across Britain over the next year. It hasn't announced which locations will be affected, but says there are no proposed redundancies with plans to redeploy affected workers. Protests have erupted in a suburb of Paris after a 17-year-old delivery driver was shot and killed by a police officer during a traffic check. The death triggered angry residents in Nanterre to set barricades on fire, with police firing tear gas in response. At least 8 people have been killed after Russian missile strikes hit a crowded area in eastern Ukraine, destroying a pizza restaurant and damaging nearby buildings.
Well, they're continuing to search through rubble for survivors in Kramatorsk in the east of the country. It's really a really horrible scene there, with Russia firing 2 cruise missiles into Kramatorsk at 7:30 last night in an attempt to clearly kill civilians and bring terror to the city. 3 young people aged 12, 15 and 17 said to be amongst the dead.
And the former politician Nigel Farage has been heckled as he picked up an award for Best News Presenter at this year's Trick Awards. The ceremony celebrates the world of entertainment, and Good Morning Britain were also honoured with a special award. We may have mentioned that anyway. I'd just like to make the most of it.
No. Oh, did we not say?
No.
Charlotte, thank you ever so much. Still ahead on the award-winning Good Morning Britain, we've been joined all morning by 3 families wondering how they can afford university with the biggest changes to student finance in years coming. Up next, we'll talk to them and Martin about what it all means. My favourite part of talking to those families is the teenagers. I loved it. Being the mother of 3 previously, it's the way they sit with their arms crossed and look like they don't want to be there. But we're going to talk to you next, guys.
Come on, it is 8 o'clock in the morning.
It is. It's too early. It's too early.
Now, though, shall we get the news, travel and weather where you are?
See you in a moment.
Your headlines now in the south. With debts of £14 billion, Thames Water could be brought into public ownership. Well, that's according to reports this morning as Ofwat, the water regulator, looks at contingency plans about its future. Relatives of 3 patients who died at Gosport Walk Memorial Hospital are at the High Court today. They're calling for fresh inquests, and those already held to be quashed. The deaths of 700 patients are being investigated by police. The Dorset Belle, the boat seized by police when 2 young people drowned off Bournemouth Beach last month, has been sold. Its owner says it had to take the action to avoid liquidation. Now, Reading could become a smoke control area, with the council saying households producing excessive chimney smoke face being fined. And Flaxop, the festival to celebrate the life of television presenter Caroline Flack, returns to Berkshire next month. Now time for Philippa.
Screen Eyes Eye Drops sponsors the GMB local weather.
Good morning. It's quite a cloudy start out there for most of us, rather on the humid side as well. And as the day wears on, little change in that setup. I think the cloud will gradually lift, so becoming bright, if not especially sunny. And temperature-wise, despite the lack of direct sunshine, peaking at around 23 degrees.
Not too bad at all today. Well, I'll be back with the lunchtime news just before tea. If you're free, hope to see you then. But until then, have a lovely morning. Bye-bye.
Competition time now. You could win a mega prize this summer. Here's Melissa.
For you, like you said, the summer competition. We're still here at the Dillon Coastal Resort in Wales, which, you know, testing out the relaxing stay, which could be you, by the way, if you enter and win our prize. There's £10,000 to spend with luxury lodgers. You can stay at one of the amazing resorts across the country. Now, come with me because head chef Brian Kerr has been plating me up a breakfast of champions, and I cannot wait to tuck into it. Brian, what have you got for me?
Welsh vegetarian breakfast this morning.
Oh my God, this looks delicious. Okay, I'll be eating this right after I've spoken to you. But you could be a champion yourself because we've also got £50,000 in tax-free cash that will go from ITV's bank account straight into yours. There's also a sizzling tech bundle, and not only that, £15,000 home-based voucher to spend on all the summer essentials. This prize is worth over £75,000, but there's not long left to enter. So here are the details you need. For another chance to win, text prize to 66766. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Go to the website. Entries cost £2. Call 09068 786 766. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to BK22 PO Box 7558 Derby DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close this Friday at 2 p.m. Good luck.
Good luck. Now, still to come, parents on Universal Credit get more help with childcare from today. And coming up, the Children's Minister will join us, says it will help them get back to work. However, nurseries are struggling to stay open. So how's that going to work? We will ask her.
And later, more of your money questions. Get in touch via Twitter, Facebook and email, and we'll get through as many as we can. As many as we can? As many as we can. You're watching Good Morning Britain on ITV1.
I was going through the menopause and I really wasn't feeling great about my hair.
Plenty 39 has definitely made a difference to me.
My hair, it started to feel thicker and stronger.
If it looks good, I feel absolutely brilliant. I would definitely recommend Planter 39.
Planter 39 Caffeine Shampoo. Try it for your pause journey.
Our Emma Sleep experts have designed the perfect solutions for your sleep needs. Awaken your best at emma-sleep.co.uk.
Sculpt your hedges to perfection with GTEC's Long Reach Hedge Trimmer. Enjoy complete cordless freedom as lithium-ion technology drives powerful blades. Trim up high and low with ease. You'll love gardening. Visit gtec.co.uk. He shrubs up well.
Introducing the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Barbecue, the new way to cook outdoors. The first and only electric grill that master grills, barbecue smokes and air fries outdoors. Using 100% all-natural hardwood pellets, you get a delicious wood-fired flavour. Grill, sear and char without gas or charcoal. The Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Barbecue. All the flavour without the fuss.
Get the KFC twist of the day for just 198 and do
Does it take you longer to prepare to relax than the actual relaxing? Make it easy to get things just right. Try Airwick's Essential Mist. Perfectly portable and infused with natural essential oils to fill your moment with amazing fragrance for up to 45 days so you need it. Now that's a breath of fresh Airwick.
Aqua is the smart way to build better credit, with personalised credit limits that could grow as we get to know you. And an app that supports you on your credit building journey. Gives the confidence knowing we already help thousands of people improve their credit score. Check your eligibility today without affecting your credit score at aquacard.co.uk. Represented 34.9% APR.
Start your summer story by being spoilt in a country manor or refreshed by a heritage coastline. Discover the perfect place to get together in unique properties across the UK. You can savour our ravishing recipes, go on an all-action adventure, indulge in thrillers after dark, and all at no extra cost. So relax and sleep easy at a Warner Hotel designed exclusively for adults. Book now at warnerhotels.co.uk.
Who outside our small circle of friends have you ever revealed your real self to?
The man I trusted most has done the unthinkable.
BAFTA nominated A Spy Among Friends. Coming soon on ITV1.
21 minutes past 8. Lorraine is here at 9 morning.
Good morning to you. Congratulations on the
you.
Trick Awards.
Thank you very
Well
much.
done,
We
team.
couldn't do it without the Lorraine moment.
I don't know
Yeah.
about that, but it's great news. Yeah. And well, let me tell you, as the new movie opens today, we're going to be catching up with Indiana Jones himself, Mr. Harrison Ford. Also, this amazing story from a childhood of poverty and crime in the East End of London to Westminster. Labour MP Wes Streeting is an incredible life story. We're going to be talking to him and keeping us all safe in the sunshine. Okay, it's not that sunny today, but it's going to be. Dr. Meir making the most of lying in the sort of sunshine from Cornwall. He's got a seaside surgery for us. We'll see you that and loads more at 9 o'clock.
Lorraine, thank you very much indeed. Now, there are huge changes coming to student finance in England, and Martin has news about what's happening in the rest of the UK in just a moment. But if you have a child or grandchild under the age of 18 who may want to go to university in the future, September's changes mark the biggest to the system in a generation. We're joined this morning in the studio by three families, Claire and Scarlett, Marion and her son Theo, and Mark and his daughter Orla. All of them worried about the changes which are coming in, and our inbox has also gone bananas with so many messages from you at home. So Martin will be answering your questions in just a moment. But first, Martin, run us through the main changes, and the first is how much you earn before repaying.
Sure. So I'm going to do this much quicker than I did last time as summary. Under the new system, you will get a tuition fee loan and you'll get a living loan. So you don't have to pay anything up front. But then once you leave university, you will repay 9% of everything you earn above £25,000, unless you repay nothing and more, you repay more. Are any of you studying maths? Okay, right, you're ready?
Yeah.
All right, so let's do this. Your debt is £10,000. You earn £30,000. How much do you repay that year? 9% of everything above 25,000, you earn 30,000. So 9% of 5,000.
450.
Just £450. Yeah. Right. Now let's just imagine, because this is what your debt is £50,000. You still earn £30,000. How much do you repay? 9% above 25,000.
1,800.
No, 9% above 25,000. You're still on £30,000.
Oh, it's like being in an A-level.
So it's 9%.
My God, I'm coming
Still
out of a cold
9%.
sweat.
450.
450. Yeah. They put tuition fees up to £1 million a year. You owe £3 million. You earn £30,000. How much do you repay?
450.
450. So that the point I was trying to make is whatever your debt is, the debt doesn't dictate how much you repay. Yeah. What dictates it is how much you earn above the threshold. And the threshold is lower than before, so people will pay more each year. The next thing is, instead of repaying for 30 years under the current system, you'll be repaying for 40 years. So most people will be repaying 9% above a threshold, a bit like a tax, for almost all of their working lives. The interest rate has got lower, but you only benefit from that if you're going to clear in full in the full period. So only the higher earning graduates will benefit from the lower interest rate. And the big thing to understand, and go and watch back in the last hour when I did this in more detail if you're not getting it, because you want to get to questions. The big thing to understand, under the system in place now, the state pays 44p in the pound on average towards higher education. Under the system you're going to go to university in, for new starters from England in September 2023, it only pays 19p. You'll pay 81p. We are swinging that pendulum away from the cost of the state and the taxpayer and towards the individuals who go to university. That's the big change. And that's why I'm saying many people, when you add all this up and you do the maths, will be paying around 50% more under the new system.
And the rest of the UK?
These changes are for England only, which is why we're focusing on it in the programme. The rest of the UK are mainly staying the same as they have been, so you don't have the big changes. And the systems are all so complicated, we just don't have time to do each system.
No. The good thing is, Theo, you can put that on your personal statement and that'll help your university application.
Doing that under pressure.
So 17-year-old Orla has a question for you, Martin, as she's deciding what the future holds for her. Orla, take it away.
Yeah, I'm wondering, is now the right time to go to university with all the changes?
Well, the honest answer to that is these changes apply to everybody going to university from September 2023 onwards. I don't see them. There may be a change of government in future that reverses them, but for the moment, I don't see that changing. And the truth is, we have to look at you. My probable answer is, if you need to go to university for the job that you want to do and that's right for you, and this is the stage in life where you go, then now is the right time for you to go to university, because that's your only choice. What were you thinking of doing in terms of delay?
Either like an apprenticeship or something in like interior design or journalism.
So look, if it's a question between going to university and not going to university, then you have to look at the career prospects and what you're doing. If there is an apprenticeship that will work well in the sector that you want to go into and is what you want to do, then great, take the apprenticeship if it will give you the same career prospects. My sort of split difficulty in doing today is I want to explain to everybody that the cost is going up, but I don't want to put people off going to university if it's right for you. So I would try and separate the two decisions. I would first of all say, is university the best option for me? And if it is, I would still go. I'd probably privately swear a little bit of the bad timing of the year that you're going, but I'd get on with it and do it. But if there's another option that's just as good with that increased cost, then I would take the other option. But choose the long term. You've got to do what's right. This is the next 40 years of your working life you're talking about. You've got to do what's right.
It's almost impossible to know what's right, isn't it? And or if you do decide that university is right for you, despite the costs, what other concerns have you got financially that you would like to ask Martin while he's here on the sofa?
Yeah, I'm worried about paying back the student loans like later on, and if there's any support with paying them back.
Well, no, but I hope your university education is going to cost you a fortune, right?
Sounds a strange thing to say.
Well, because that means you're earning a fortune. You repay 9% of everything above £25,000. If you're earning 26 grand, it's going to cost you, nothing. It's going to cost you £90 a year. If you're earning £100,000, you're going to be repaying back a substantial amount. So you have to view it this way. This is why I think we should name this. It's not a student loan in practice. What other countries call it is a graduate contribution system. Graduates contribute to their education in the they earn. Ours is quite a high, expensive contribution, but it's still a contribution. Don't think of it as a debt. It works it isn't technically a tax, I wouldn't call it a tax, but it works far more like a tax. 9% additional tax above £25,000 that you will repay, and it's paid through the payroll, just like tax. You'll never get this money. You'll go to work, and before you get your income, they'll take the tax off, and they'll take your student loan repayment off. So there's no debt collectors because you can't avoid paying it. Just be effectively, when you earn £25,000, you'll be paying the equivalent of 29% tax. Someone who hasn't gone to university will be paying the equivalent of 20. If you earn over £50,000, you'll be paying 49% tax. Someone who hasn't gone to university will be paying 40% tax above that amount. So there won't be any help because you pay in proportion to what you earn.
All right. Thank you all for your questions. But stay with us because we've got more coming up. Now, though, just before we talk to the government minister this morning, let's take a look at the weather with Laura.
Looks like things are heating up. Box, proud sponsors of weather on Good Morning Britain.
Good morning to you. The weather has turned cloudier, it's cooler, and that theme continues for many of us as we head through this week. Here's how it's looking for today. These grey skies with us, a band of rain moving in, but it still is muggy and humid, and that means it's pretty misty and murky through southern and western coasts of the UK at the moment. The southwesterly flow getting a lot of low cloud in through Wales, drizzle here. Rain this morning for Scotland and Northern Ireland. It clears by this afternoon, so brighter skies, a scattering of showers, but fresher, less humid air moves in, highs of 18 or 19. A wet end to the day through the southeast of Scotland, northern areas of England, Wales, peppering of showers for the North Midlands and northeast England, but it's the southeast that's largely dry, fairly cloudy skies, but with some sunshine around. Top temperatures 25 degrees. For the weather where you are in detail, go to itv.com/weather.
8:30 now. The government claims today's rise in childcare payments on universal credit will help support families, but it comes as nurseries struggle to even stay open.
As we've been reporting this morning, the government spending watchdog has warned that students are at risk of crumbling school buildings. Now, Children's Minister Claire Coutinho is in Westminster. Good morning, Minister.
Morning.
Let's start with the announcement over universal credit. It's been long coming. It is an increase in the amount that people can claim if they pay for childcare when they're on universal credit, and it will support. I'm supportive of the general changes. Many people. Tell us how it's going to work.
So at the moment, when you're on universal credit and you start a job and you have to pay childcare costs, you get that back in your second salary. For lots of families, that was really difficult because it meant that they were struggling to juggle their family finances. So now you'll be able to get help upfront. So that first childcare bill, you'll be able to get direct support with. And we've also increased the amount that you can get by about 50%. So if you've got one child, you can get support of £950. And if you've got two or more children, you get help of £16,030.
And people can claim up to 85% of their childcare costs. So this is a good move for people on universal credit. But there are still very substantial numbers of people who are still on legacy benefits and on the old tax credit system, where the limit's there. If we contrast it now, for one child, on universal credit, you can claim up to £951 a month. But if you're on the old legacy benefit system, you can only claim up to £530 a month. Why have you not made it equal for those on legacy benefits? Why do they have to miss out on this substantial uplift? Are they not worthy of the childcare help?
At the moment, what we're doing is we're moving people onto universal credit. I would say if someone's looking at these different schemes, they should go and talk to their job coach, go and talk to their DWP job centre to see what's the right decision for them. But overall, this is a good story for people on universal credit, and it's part of our wider investment that we're making into childcare, which is the single largest ever investment into childcare to help people.
Forgive me, Minister, the question is, why aren't you uplifting it for tax credits as well for the people who are still on the legacy benefits?
Well, as I said, we are trying to move people onto universal credit, but we have, I should say, increased benefits overall this year by inflation, and we've done that across
childcare. We're talking
but
about
we've done that across
costs.
all benefits.
But
yes.
you haven't uplifted the child. You've uplifted universal credit by 50%. You haven't uplifted tax credits by 50%. You haven't uplifted them at all.
No, we haven't increased the childcare offer for legacy, but we have done it for universal credit. As I said, we are moving in a process of moving people onto universal credit. But I would say that if someone's on legacy benefits and looking at the childcare offer, they should go and talk to their advisor about what's the right choice for them.
They should do, and there will be some people who'll be better off switching, but it can be quite a difficult decision because if you have any debt, that can be taken through the universal credit system, but it can't through the legacy benefit system. No one should do it without taking advice. I will agree with you on that. There is the problem, though, that we hear, you're also at the same time, the plan is to increase state-funded childcare substantially, what's commonly known as free childcare, but of course it still has to be paid for. But many childcare providers simply say, you're not paying enough and they don't have the resources. How are you going to fix that issue?
So one of the things that we are doing is doubling the amount that we spend on those childcare entitlements by 2027, 2028, so over the next few years. So that is a significant increase in the amount that's going into the childcare sector. And we're starting with additional funding going in this year and then extra funding next year as well. And I've been around the country, I've been talking to lots of nurseries, people in the sector, and we're trying to help them not only with funding, and we've been doing some very careful work with them to look at the cost, but also with all the other things that they might be struggling with, like workforce and other parts of the system as well, because we're really keen to make sure that no one sees childcare as a barrier to work.
Yeah, trouble is, you might be too late. National Day Nurseries Association analysis shows a 87% rise in the number of nurseries shutting down between April and December last year compared with the same period in the year before. According to Ofsted, more than 5,000 early years settings closed in the year to August 2022. The head of the Early Years Alliance says the sector is on its knees. And of course, if you have lower provision, that is not going to help anybody.
So let me unpack some of those things, because it has been a challenging time for nurseries, and that's why we are putting additional funding in, and we have been putting additional funding in for the last couple of years. And when you talk about the 5,000 settings, the vast majority of that is childminders, and that's why we've got a new scheme, a grant scheme to incentivise childminders to come back to the market, because we know they're really important. They get great educational outcomes, but they also give parents a lot of flexibility. But in terms of nurseries, some of the work that we've done now, as I said, is a radical change that we're making, the investment that we're putting in, is to work to understand the situation that nurseries are facing in terms of finances. So we've surveyed 10,000 different providers. We've also got a survey of 6,000 parents to really get the data to understand the costs that nurseries are facing. And if you look at something like the hourly rates, which is how we pay for the entitlements, the 3 to 4 year old rate will be going up 7% this year. The 2-year-old rate, which traditionally has been a smaller part of government funding, but we're now massively expanding the amount of people that will be able to access support for their 2-year-olds in terms of childcare. That's going up from £6 to £8 on average in September. And then next year we'll have the entitlement for children under 2, between 9 months and 2, which will kick in, and that will be at a rate of £11. And the sector has broadly welcomed and said that those rates for the younger years have been significant and will help, because those are where you have the higher costs.
The sector's saying staff are leaving in droves, they're exhausted, and they're frustrated that they are just told to take on more children rather than adequately reward their staff.
Well, I spend a lot of my time talking to nurseries and some of the organisations that you mentioned, and they do broadly welcome the fact that we are significantly increasing the amount that we are spending on childcare. Like I said, we'll be doubling the amount we spend on it over the next few years, putting £4 billion extra into it. But in terms of staff, I completely recognise it's a challenge. It definitely comes up when I go around and talk to people in terms of recruitment and retention. And I've already set out some flexibilities we announced a few weeks ago, which we worked very closely with the sector on to make sure that we've got the right people at every single part of the qualification system, so that nurseries can provide that extra childcare that they
We have
need.
little time with you left. I've got 3 questions, if we can do them quickly. First of all, tax-free childcare is available for working families, but it has a terrible take-up rate. What are you going to do to make sure more people are aware of it and to make the system easier? This is where people get effectively, if you're a working family or a single parent or both working, you can get 20p in the pound towards your childcare costs. Take-up rates are horrendous.
So the take-up rate has actually gone up massively in the last few years. I think it was 172,000 a few years ago, and it went up to about 500,000. But there is much more to do. So I would urge any parent who thinks they're eligible to go and look at childcare choices, which will help you, because it does, as you say, it does give you a significant saving on your childcare.
I would echo that. I would support doing so. My next question, Minister, I believe you have responsibility for special educational needs and disabilities.
I do.
There are 80,000 parents of children with disabilities and special educational needs whose children are now 18 and have child trust funds, who are unable to access the child trust fund money that was given by the state, that's on average around £2,000, without going through the expensive, timely and stressful process of going to the Court of Protection to help their kids get access to the money once they're adults. Are you going to do something to fix this horrendous problem for the parents of disabled and special educational need children who can't access their own money?
So, I mean, I've been looking at the overall system for SEND. I'm not aware of that particular issue. If you don't mind, I will take that away and go and have a look at it. But the work that we're doing is to try and make sure that the school system and every part of the system that supports children with SEND and disability works. We know it's a struggle for parents. We're very much focused on that, but I will take that away.
I will have my team send you a briefing note by the end of the week, and hopefully we can get something sorted out. Final question. Schools, we get reports today, school buildings are crumbling. They're not safe for children to be in.
700,000 children in England attending schools requiring major repairs, and there are critical risks to the safety of pupils and staff. You're the children's minister. How comfortable are you that children are in classrooms with that kind of risk?
So no children are in classrooms which pose an imminent risk. Where we do know of an imminent risk, we act very swiftly. So if you look at the programme that we've got, the Schools Rebuilding Programme, we ask schools to nominate themselves, and schools have put themselves forward, and any school which was judged to be an exceptional need is now in that programme to be worked on. So we do take this very seriously. We work very closely with schools on it to make sure that no child is at risk at school. But yes, we do have an ageing estate. It's really important that we tackle it. We spent £15 billion on
Just
the
to
school.
interrupt, the National Audit Office says the government doesn't have sufficient information to manage the risk of safety of pupils and staff.
At the moment, we work with schools, so they give us information. And when we have put out, for example, on the Schools Rebuilding Programme, calls for nominations, every single school which came forward and said they've got an exceptional need, we've addressed that. We do rely on schools to come forward and say, actually, we think we need some help, and then we take some action. But schools also have access to a different sort of pots of capital that they can use to make sure they can maintain their estates. As I said, we've spent £15 billion on that since 2015, as well as having the targeted programmes like the Schools Rebuilding Programme to act swiftly where it's needed.
We have to leave it there. I can hear head teachers shouting at the television as we do, but Claire Coutinho, Children's Minister, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
8:41 still to come. One final chance this morning to put your money questions to Martin.
Get in touch via Twitter, Facebook and email, and we'll answer as many as we can. You're watching Good Morning Britain on ITV1.
Porridge oats, only 90p at Tesco, makes for some tasty overnight oats, which make themselves overnight sweet dreams, honey. That's true value. Only 90p at Tesco. Every little helps.
We had a plan, 10-year plan.
10-year plan.
Now it's the next week plan.
With People's Postcode Lottery, you could win prizes every day. If you won, what would you spend it on?
These days, we all like things less complicated, more straightforward, especially if we're saying goodbye to a loved one. I talked to the people at Distinct Cremations, and they told me many of us don't want to spend large sums of money on an elaborate funeral. Their best value, 5-star rated direct cremation plan guarantees a simple, low-cost funeral that leaves no hidden costs and no further bill to pay. It all I want for myself, for sure, especially somewhere like here. If you're interested too, please contact Distinct Cremations and ask for this free guide. You'll be in very good company.
Call Distinct Cremations for a free guide on 0800 029 3751. That's 08029 3751, or visit distinctcremations.co.uk.
Our award-winning best just got better. All right, Nick. The Aram Platinum. Enhanced with GTEC's innovative forward inertia drive and anti-hair-up technology, you'll groom your floors to perfection. Order your Aram Platinum today with free next-day delivery. After all, you can't have too much of a good thing.
The last thing you have time for is cleaning the floor on your hands and knees. There's a better way.
Stand up to daily dirt with a Flash Speed Mop!
Speed Mop! Cleans up the impossible. Attach the wet cloth to the Flash Speed Mop.
Speed Mop sticky bits and gimmicks. A grubby easy and hygienic.
Use our absorbent wet cloths. They're 2 times thicker and wetter. Flash Speed Mop for your daily hygienic floor clean.
No mum wants to think about not being there for their children, but life is so unpredictable. Make sure they are financially protected in case the worst were to happen. Get a free life insurance quote from polly.co.uk today.
I love that Just Wash Fairy freshness. I just don't want it to fade. Now I've found Fairy's In-Wash Scent Boosters. Simply add directly into the drum before every wash for mild freshness that lasts and lasts. Cuddle after cuddle. They're dermatologically tested and suitable even next to sensitive skin. New Fairy Scent Boosters.
Who is it?
The neighbour, I'm having a heart attack.
I'm not going to die, am I? I don't know, you want me to lie?
You're not married? I guess it's too late now. How old are you, 50?
Being an attractive woman is overrated. Trust me, my wife is stunning. She finds it a total nightmare, so you're lucky.
Comedy is back in the building. Significant Other. Stream free on ITVX.
It's competition time now. Your chance to win a huge double prize package of cash and summer goodies. Here's Melissa.
Yes, Lions close this Friday for an incredible summer prize package worth over £75,000. There's a £50,000 in tax-free cash. You can spend it on whatever you want. Sadly, you can't buy the sunshine, but we are throwing in £10,000 in luxury lodgers vouchers, which you can spend right here, as well as a £15,000 home-based voucher as well to spend on all those summer essentials. But I don't want you to miss out. There's not long left. Here's how to enter. For another chance to win, text prize to 66766. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Go to the website. Entries cost £2. Call 09068 786 766. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to BK22 PO Box 7558 Derby DE1 0NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close this Friday at 2 p.m. Good luck.
Good luck. And hundreds of you have been sending in your own Wallet Wednesday questions this morning regarding student loans. Martin here, of course, answering them for you. Right, we're going to start with Sarah. Sarah has emailed to say both of her children are at university. They've just finished their first year. Will their loan arrangements stay the same as they signed up for in their first year, or are they going to be affected by the changes?
All the changes I am talking about are only for new starters starting from this September and afterwards. So if you are already at uni, you remain on the system you were on when you started.
So Lauren says, what do I need to do or have in order to be eligible for a maintenance loan? I'm applying, says Lauren, as an English student this September.
For this September, well, okay, there is a form on the student loan website that you need to fill in. Being straight, the deadline for filling that in so that you are guaranteed to get your living loan at the start of term has passed. You will still get a living loan if you fill it in now, but you are not guaranteed to have it at the start of term. The sooner you do this, I mean, preferably today, the better. You're already, I think, probably 6 weeks past. You'll still get a living loan, but you want that money as quickly as possible to live off, so get on with it. It is filling in, it's the form where you apply for the living loan, the maintenance loans, it's technically called, on the student loan website.
Well, Bex points out, student maintenance loan has not gone up in 2 years. Can you, Martin Lewis, lobby the government about this, please, to bring it in line with the cost of living?
I already have. I think there is a real problem that the living loan has not gone up in line with inflation, anywhere near in line with inflation. We talked about before the parental contribution, that anyone who's got family income above £25,000 in England will see the loan reduced, and effectively the gap is the parents. But even those on the full loan, some struggle to be able to afford university. I mean, going out and get part-time jobs, all that's good as well. I think it's good for you developing your wider sense for the future. But I think we have a real problem that maintenance loan needs to keep up in line with inflation. And what's interesting, isn't it? When generally people talk about the cost of university being too much and the loans being too big. In practical terms, the loans aren't big enough. That's the real issue when you go to university. The loans aren't big enough for living with.
Teresa emails us to say, my daughter's due to go to university in September, and due to my husband dying last July, Teresa, I'm so sorry. We are now a one-wage family. With the cost of living rises and financial commitments, I will not have any spare income to help her. I'm concerned she won't get enough maintenance loan to pay for her rent, let alone food and other living expenses. Do you know what maintenance loan she'll get? And is there any other help she can get?
Okay, so first of all, I'm very sorry for your loss. The most important thing I can say to you is when you apply for the living loan assessment, it actually works basically on 2 years ago's finances. That's what they're looking at. Now, there is a thing called a current year assessment that you can apply for it to be based on this year if you've seen a drop of income of 15% or more, which I'm suspecting that will be the case under this question. So it's very important that you do a current year assessment application. So it'll be assessed on what your income is now, not it was 2 years ago when your husband was there, which was likely, I presume he was working, it would have likely been substantially more. Now, if your income is below £25,000, your children will get the full loan. If it's only a little bit above, they'll see the loan reduced slightly. But in your case, the current, and anybody who's seen a substantial drop in income this year, you might have lost your job, can be many reasons. Current year assessment is what you need to be applying for.
Really useful. Gemma says, I'm 45 years old and 19 grand in debt from taking a student finance loan. I'm paying off the loan through my wages each week. But by the time I'm due to retire, I believe the loan won't be paid off in full. Should I overpay my loan to try to clear it quicker? I'm under plan 2.
No. Look, you want this, forget calling it a loan. Remember what I said earlier, it's a graduate contribution system. Graduates' contribution proportion to their financial success on the back of university. If you pay more now, you will not get any gain from that. There will be no benefit. You'll still have the loan there. You would have just voluntarily paid more. You are meant, this is because we frame it as a debt, people feel they owe it. It's a contribution system. You're contributing what you're supposed to contribute. See it as a form of extra tax that you're going to pay. And in your case, it's probably for 30 years after you left university. And if it's not paid off at the end, well, then you don't have to pay it. That's why it wipes. Remember, on the current system, not their system, not the new system, only 26% of people clear in full. The rest don't, which means they don't pay all the interest or they don't pay all the capital, and they're not supposed to because they haven't had the financial success from university that meant they should contribute more. I've been campaigning for years. The Auger report on higher education, which was predicated this system, recommended we change the name on the back of the suggestion to a graduate contribution system. The way the student loan statements are framed, they scare people into making overpayments that could potentially be of no benefit to them. Even if the government start change it, we should start calling it a graduate contribution system, not a student loan, because it doesn't work like most debt. You're paying 9% extra above a certain amount, and you do it until what you originally borrowed goes, or 30 years, or in the new system, 40 years, because otherwise you get questions like that where people are going to throw money down the toilet for no reason.
It's really interesting how you're reframing that.
Well, we should, but
so that people, because people feel saddled by a loan, and they think that if they're ever in a position to pay off debt, that they feel like they're encouraged to do that.
Do you want to know why we in the UK call it a loan and in other countries they call it a graduate contribution system?
And why is that?
Because when Tony Blair introduced the first version of income contingent loans, which is what these are, and I know the guy who came up with it and I was involved in it when I was a student, right? He didn't want to introduce a new tax. He didn't want it to be called a tax because he was scared of introducing new taxes for political reasons. So they decided to frame it as a loan for political reasons because it was better to introduce a loan than a tax, even though in practical terms it works more like a tax and should be called a graduate contribution system. And we're still struggling from that linguistic problem way back in the 1990s.
Martin, your advice as ever invaluable, and thanks of course this morning as well to our lovely 3 families who've been with us all morning: Claire and her daughter Scarlett, Marion and her son Theo, and of course Theo's twin as well, who's not with us this morning, and Mark and Orla. Good luck with everything that you do and whichever decision you make. I hope the information has been useful to you. Good Morning Britain, back tomorrow from 6. Thank you, Martin.
Thank you.
Now it's time to join Lorraine. Thank you both very much. After the break, good news for parents. Our Claire is next explaining how to claim well up to 1,400, see I'll get that right, for your summer childcare. Also, from a childhood surrounded by poverty and crime to the Houses of Parliament, Labour MP Wes Streeting is sharing his very personal life story, and it is a remarkable one. And teaming up with Phoebe Waller-Bridge to say goodbye to Indiana Jones, we catch up with Harrison Ford. All that, plus Dr. Amir goes to surf school.
What's up, dude? Just about to hit the waves. And surfing's not only a good all-over body workout, but that salt water's really good for your skin too. Cowabunga.
Meet the Ninja Foodie Jewel Zone, the air fryer that cooks two foods, two ways, and finishes at the same time. And because it's Ninja, it can do so much more. Match and sync to air fry in one drawer, roast in another, and enjoy the two together with up to 75% less fat. Two drawers, twice the possibility. The Ninja Foodie Jewel Zone, part of the Ninja Foodie family.
Every feeding story is special. There are the breastfeeding ones, the ones where bottle feeding plays its part, and the ones which combine both. Inspired by 50 years of breast milk research, our most advanced formulation yet contains milk fat for a creamy taste and is also suitable in combination with breastfeeding. Aptamil Advanced Follow-On Milk. Your life, our science.
Hey, Dad. What's the ocean like? Are there animals living underwater? Is the ocean warm?
Yeah, it can be very warm. You were made to remember some days forever. We were made to help you find the best way there.
Everyone's discovering the easy way to sell old items in one go with Vintage Cash Cow. Things like jewellery, watches, cameras, and more. Free up some extra money and spend it on the things that matter. Just pop your items in a box and add the free insured postage label. Then Vintage Cash Cow will call you with a fair no obligation offer within 3 working days. To get started, order your free postage pack. Call Vintage Cash Cow today or visit vintagecashcow.co.uk.
When you see the Ryobi pole hedge trimmer next to a conventional hedge trimmer, it's a hedge of two halves. The cordless Ryobi trimmer gets to work in seconds with no petrol emissions or tangles. The 45cm diamond ground blade slices through branches up to 18mm thick. With a 4-position articulating head and an extension pole giving 2.9 meters extra reach, there's no need to set foot on a ladder. Trim any shape and size, keeping both feet safely on the ground. The 2Ah One Plus battery can cut up to 225 square meters of hedge. And the battery is interchangeable with over 200 tools. So next time the hedge needs trimming, ask yourself what side of the hedge you'd rather be on. Buy the Ryobi pole hedge trimmer with a One Plus battery, charger, 3-year warranty and free delivery now for just £149.99, saving £80, plus free safety glasses worth £13.99 at ryobitools.co.uk.
Dog food, through the ages, it's been a bit underwhelming, and it hasn't always been the easiest to stomach. And sure, there have been changes, but it's never really looked like food. But we believe that dogs deserve better. So now that we know better, let's serve better with Butternut Box. Fresh, tasty, healthy, very real food for your dog. Butternut Box. The rest, as they say, is history.
I've been a little bit nervous.
I'm so proud.
I want to see what I can do.
That's my daughter.
What a voice, what a talent! You sang it really beautifully.
The Voice Kids starts Saturday at 7:30 on ITV1 and ITVX.
Making mornings fun with Lorraine. Nestlé Nesquik, proud sponsors of Lorraine.
taking the chances, made your mistakes. Now, a final claim.
Hell, Indiana Jones.
Good morning to you, Willies. Wearing that fedora one last time, Harrison Ford tells his wife he's definitely not retiring completely. Also on the show today, important information about your energy bills.
Yes, Lorraine, with prices set to drop this weekend, I'll tell you the best day to take your meter reading to help save you hundreds.
Then from a tough childhood in London's East End to the Houses of Parliament, MP Wes Streeting sharing his really remarkable life story and... Oh, it gets you every time, doesn't it? Following that astonishing Glastonbury performance, Lewis Capaldi has an update for his fans. As well as all of that, we are back in Cornwall this morning, cutting the cost of your summer holiday. Now, yesterday, our money mum, Gemma Bird, showed us how to budget for holidays. Mark was showing best value summer dresses, of course. They nearly blew in the wind. Today, though, Gemma is back and joined by Dr. Amir. There they are. What are you up to, you two?
Morning, Lorraine. I've got my top tips on how to keep you and your family safe, both on the beach and in the water.
And me and Amir yesterday, we went surfing, and I can't wait to show you what we got up to. We weren't the best at it, but we gave it our best shot, and that's the most important thing, Lorraine, is giving it a go. So if you're coming to Cornwall, definitely worth doing. Surf's up.
Surf is up now, though, with energy prices set to drop this weekend. Our financial expert Claire Barrett is with us. Claire, what should we be doing then? What's the latest on that?
Well, firstly, how great to be talking to you about good news.
Yes.
This drop in the energy price cap, which can apply to the majority of customers who are now on bills governed by that from the 1st of July, so that's this Saturday. On average, people are going to see the prices per unit of electricity that they're buying going down by 17%. So this is the first time for about 2 years that we have seen bills drop. So, of course, if you've got a non-smart meter like me, Martin Lewis is quite rightly urging everybody to get their meter readings in ahead of Friday if you can, just because if your bills are estimated, you want it to be as accurate as possible, so you're using as much power as possible on the lower rate. So my excuse, Lorraine, for not having done the washing and the ironing for a week is that if I do it on Saturday, it will be 17% cheaper. But
you're a sensible woman.
There is another very important reminder for customers who are on prepayment meters. Now, you would have got those £66 a month vouchers, the government's energy support grant, but £100 million of those have not been cashed in. And you've got until Friday to do so. So do have a look at home. If you haven't received them, get onto your energy provider before Friday.
Yeah, because after that, is that it?
Yeah, that's the end of the scheme.
Okay. Now, mortgage lenders, we are hearing, will help customers who are struggling. We know there's an awful lot of people who are struggling right now, so there's help.
There is help, and we should point out there always has been help. And mortgage lenders from the get-go, they're obliged by the financial regulator to work with borrowers who are worried that they won't be able to afford to pay. But after they had the summit with the Chancellor last week, 85% of lenders have said that they're going to sign up to this new mortgage charter, which just gives customers a little bit more clarity on the different types of temporary debt relief they could get if they're worried about securing a new deal. It's when people reach that pain point when they're rolling off a cheaper deal, trying to find a more expensive one. So these measures, so long as you're up to date with your payments, the lenders are saying that people could either switch to an interest-only mortgage for 6 months, so that's where you're just paying the interest, so your monthly payments will reduce. Then obviously it will take you longer to pay off the debt in the long term, or stretch out your loan term to reduce your monthly payments going forward again for 6 months. So important to say, these are temporary measures designed to give people a bit of breathing space. Hopefully rates might fall down a bit in that period, fingers crossed. But you really need to talk to lenders to find out the full range of help that they can give you. But importantly, neither of those will impact your credit score or require another affordability check, which is something that people are really worried about.
Exactly.
Just talking to a mortgage lender about the options, and I would say don't delay. Don't wait for your deal to expire. Even if your deal expires in a year and you're worried, phone them now. that's not going to impact your credit score at all. Lots of people worry and think, if I tell my lender I'm worried I can't pay it, there'll be a black mark put on the system somewhere. There won't be. That's really, really important to say.
More good news for parents, hopefully.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is a new scheme, a new government scheme for working parents who are claiming universal credit will get more help with childcare costs over the summer holidays. Thank goodness, because this is something that has not gone up for a long time. So in total, you could be entitled to nearly £1,500 worth of help with childcare costs over that 6-week period where the children aren't in school. So it's going up from £646 to £951 for one child for 1 month, or if you've got 2 or more children, from just over £1,000 to just over £1,600. Now, additionally, they're going to be paid up front, the childcare costs, before you had to pay it and claim it back, which was a strain on people's budgets. And also, if you're thinking, well, I can't get that because I'm not on universal credit, the tax-free childcare scheme, which pretty much all working families can claim, don't forget that you can also use that for sports clubs and holiday clubs during the summer holidays. Lots of people don't know that. So every little helps at the moment.
Do you have to claim that, or is that on an automatic thing, or do you have to actually take action to do
You
that?
have to claim that through
okay.
the government portal scheme. Lots of people complain that it's very clunky, but you can get up to £2,000 per child per
So
year.
it's worth it.
Yeah,
It's really worth it. Obviously, the cost of school uniforms, I mean, I know supermarkets in particular do a great job to keep the cost down, but school uniforms and shoes, for goodness sake, but school uniforms generally are a huge cost.
They are £422 per year per child on average for secondary school children, according to a survey today. So, I mean, tips to help. The obvious one, go second hand. Lots of my school uniform was second hand when I was growing up. Schools all have shops doing that. Obviously, there are lots of apps that you can use. Vinted, Olio, which is a free kind of exchange app, can be very useful. But also worth mentioning, school uniform grants, which again, not all parents know about these, and it does depend on your income and where you live. But typically, if you are on benefits like UC, child tax credit, if your child is receiving free school meals, then definitely check, because you should be eligible for this. We've got showing on the graphic up to £200 per child in Wales, very generous. Scotland £150, Northern Ireland up to £67.50, England up to £150 for those councils that do offer it. If you go on the gov.uk website, look up school uniform, it will come up. You can put your postcode in, it will tell you where to go to get that help.
Excellent. Now, what about things like automatic subscriptions? You know, a lot of us have got these like standing orders and all of that, and then they renew and you don't realise it. It's just going to keep getting taken out of your.
Well, hands up. I've been caught out by this on the phone, because it's apps that you sign up for a recurring subscription, and often it's the same as other things in life. You get a teaser rate and then it renews, and all of a sudden, when you look at your bank statement a month later, you see the payment. Now, I've actually challenged one of those payments and said I wasn't notified that this was coming, and I got my phone provider to reverse it. So if it does happen, it's always worth having a go. But we've done a little walkthrough of how easy it is to find these things on your phone, because they are a bit hidden away. So you go into settings, you can go into subscriptions, see what you're signed up for. You can cancel these things and still use them for the period that you've paid for, which I didn't realise. So I've cancelled a few things like that, but then obviously there are all kinds of other subscription services that we can sign up for. So the old-fashioned way, going through your bank statement, there are even apps that use technology called open banking that can find them for you. Snoop is one that I quite like. If you're too busy to go through your bank accounts, it will say, do you really use this? Is this something that you really want to keep paying for? So there you go.
Really worth doing. Lots of homework for everyone.
As always.
Save you money, Claire, thank you very much indeed, thanks. In just a moment, while he underwent cancer treatment during lockdown, MP Wes Streeting tells us how it changed his view of the NHS. And we'll find out which game show Graham Norton is bringing back to TV. This might be a clue.
Nestle Nesquik, proud sponsors of Lorraine. Jade loves her clothes to smell amazing and fresh, so she uses Comfort Fabric Conditioner in every wash. Yeah, smells amazing.
an improved comfort fragrance. Enjoy 100 days of freshness.
Start your summer story by being spoilt in a country manor or refreshed by a heritage coastline. Discover the perfect place to get together in unique properties across the UK. You can savour our ravishing recipes, go on an all-action adventure, indulge in thrillers after dark, and all at no extra cost. So relax and sleep easy at a Warner Hotel designed exclusively for adults. Book now at warnerhotels.co.uk.
Be prepared for every moment of our perfectly imperfect summer with buy one, get the second half price on hundreds of health solutions. Boots, with you for life.
Get softer, hydrated, and healthier looking skin with Garnier Hyaluronic Aloe Replumping Serum. A serum that works from the first drop, hydrates up to 10 cell layers deep, strengthens skin barrier, and looks replumped. 9 out of 10 would recommend Garnier Hyaluronic Aloe Replumping Serum by Garnier, naturally.
Nestle Nesquik, proud sponsors of Lorraine.
Welcome back. Now that's a new charity single to honour Dame Deborah James. Today marks the first anniversary of her death. I can't believe that was a year ago. And her Bellbay Fund has now raised over £11 million. You'll also remember there was a rose named in Deborah's honour, and it's lovely to see so many of you sharing pictures of your roses on the first anniversary of her death. They're all starting to bloom, which is a real symbol of hope and resilience, and we miss her very, very much. Right, it's coming up to 12 minutes past 9. My next guest path into politics, not your usual one. MP West Streeting grew up in London's East End, and it was, surrounded by poverty, crime, and domestic abuse. And now, Labour's Shadow Health Secretary is sharing his remarkable life story in a new book. And he joins me now. Wes, it is so good to see you. You have to explain to us all. The title is One Boy, Two Bills, and a Fry Up.
Well, when I was standing in your kitchen earlier, I thought I should literally be cooking a fry up. But one boy is obviously me.
Yeah.
The two bills are my two granddads who I think epitomise two very different but stereotypical East End families. One a Royal Navy veteran, civil engineer, worked hard all of his life, always followed the law, devout Christian. The other granddad, string of convictions for armed robbery, in and out of prison throughout my childhood, my mum's childhood. And then the fry up, it's not just that I like fry up, it's I was an accident. My mum and dad were teenagers when my mum became pregnant, and I think technically known as an accident.
Yeah.
My mum was under a lot of pressure from everyone to have an abortion, and she had the appointment booked. On the day she was due to go in, she decided she wasn't going to go through with it. She knew she was going to be under enormous pressure, but she'd been told not to have breakfast because if you eat on the day of the termination, you can't go through with it. So she basically cooked herself a fry up, which she never normally does, almost as an insurance policy, so that whatever pressure she came under, she couldn't go through it. So it's literally the fry up that saved my life.
So you really shouldn't be here. That is quite
No,
extraordinary.
probably some of my critics in politics would say,
not at all.
"Oh, what a shame."
And that just shows you, though, the strength of your mum. She's a very strong woman.
Oh, very much so.
She had a terrible, terrible time growing up, and so did you. It was tough.
Yeah.
There was domestic abuse. The family, though, this is what happened. The family rallied round to help, didn't they? But it was an unsettled childhood. You were moving around a lot, weren't you?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, my mum was determined to prove herself and be the very best mum that she could be. I always had my dad in my life. He was there on day one. I imagine utterly terrified, because I remember when I turned 17, I said to my dad, I cannot believe that when you were my age, you were a dad. I can't imagine how scary that must have been for him and for my mum. My dad has always been there for me throughout my life, but their relationship unsurprisingly ended, and my mum was bringing me up as a single mum with the support of this enormous East End extended family. But it was tough. You mentioned the sort of domestic abuse, and my mum had one partner in particular that luckily I don't remember I was a baby, but she suffered enormously through domestic violence, what we now call coercive control.
Yeah.
I mean, there's one episode I describe in the book where he literally held my mum's sister over a balcony by her ankles and threatened to drop her unless my mum committed to staying with him. And it took a hell of a lot of courage. She reported him to the police. He got a criminal conviction, went to prison, which, you know, think about what's going on in our country today. You know, take the rape statistics, fewer than 1% are taken through to successful prosecution. I mean, most abusers don't see the inside of a courtroom, let alone the inside of a prison cell. So it's remarkable that courage my mum had in coming forward and looking after me. I mean, at one point, I mean, I didn't come to any harm, but at one point my mum sent me to live with my granddad and my dad, the straight-laced granddad, I should say, not the one behind bars. And but, you know, I was because she wanted to make sure I was safe.
To protect you, of course, that was what she always did. You were always a campaigner, though, even as a wee boy. Save Mr. James was the campaign at school because you said, no, he's a good teacher and he should stay.
Yeah, my book is partly dedicated to my teachers. I would not be where I am today without a great state education, amazing teachers who really looked out for me. And I went to a secondary school, inner city boys' school, slap bang in the middle of London. Ironically, I was sent there because it was meant to be better than the schools in Tower Hamlets where I was growing up.
Right.
Got there, second year in, it went into special measures. And they started to basically wipe out a load of the senior management at the school. And one of them was our amazing deputy head teacher, Mr. James. And there was a bunch of us who were involved in the drama club. And we all said, hang on a minute, this isn't right. So we launched this petition to save Mr. James. And thank goodness, because that man was my history teacher for most of my time at school, saw me right through my A-levels and gave me enormous support when I was applying to Cambridge. You know, first person in my family to go to university, let alone that university. And people like him and the other teachers I described in the book, my amazing primary school head teacher, Mrs. Dodd, who I saw recently, I invited her in for a cup of tea in the House of Commons. I finally found her after 30 years. What teachers do and the impact they can have on the lives of kids like mine is just, you never forget a great teacher.
No, you don't.
You never forget them.
You don't, Wes. You absolutely don't. The book has got such a lot of detail as well about when you came out.
Yeah.
And that was at uni, wasn't it? University. Yeah. And, you know, great, well, you know, wonderful. But telling your dad, you were worried about telling your dad?
Yeah, I was. I think, you know, a lot of reasons people don't come out is they're worried about how other people will react. And it was just a fear of rejection, which looking back now was desperately unfair on my dad because it took him a few days to come to terms with the news. And he had, I think, all sorts of anxieties and worries that parents have when their children are gay. You know, is this going to make your life harder?
Sure.
You know, are you going to get discriminated against? I mean, thinking about previous decades, you know, the HIV and AIDS, you know, and what that did to gay men in particular. I mean, it's still a challenge today, but a very different challenge, and one that people are now, you know, it's no longer a death sentence and people are living well with an HIV diagnosis. And actually, I hope to be the country's next health secretary because we can end new HIV transmissions by 2030. It's something that is now within reach in our country.
That's incredible.
My dad had all these natural anxieties and but his reaction couldn't have been better, I think. And actually, there's an irony as well in that despite coming from a working class family in East London, people often ask me, oh, you know, what was Cambridge like? Did you fit in? And all these kind of posh kids there. And of course, there were people from private schools and people whose backgrounds I'd never encountered before. But the irony is that it was the first place and first time in my life that I felt completely comfortable and able to be myself. And it's one of the reasons I spend loads of time in schools in my constituency and across East London talking to kids from backgrounds like mine, saying, aim high, go as far as your talents and your ambitions will take you.
That's
and
amazing.
Don't think that those places are just for the posh kids. And I feel really strongly about this in politics now. Like, I really want to make sure we extend the ladder down so there are more people from backgrounds like mine sat around the cabinet table, in parliament, and also other industries. You know, your industry, for example, and just thinking about your background as well.
I know, but that's why I love the book.
People to break in.
Yeah, I love the book so much, Wes, because it resonated with me so much. Because although London, but I was East End of Glasgow, and there's so much that I could identify with. I need to ask you how your health is, because obviously you went through cancer, and you went through cancer at a terrible time during the pandemic. You didn't have your partner or your family surrounding you. You were on your own, which must have been awful. But are you okay?
Yeah, I'm so lucky, and I always find it, like, that clip we saw of the song that's out for Deborah James. Cancer stories hit me really differently now, and in particular stories like Deborah's where it had an unhappy ending. I think I have, to an extent, a degree of survivor's guilt, because you think, well, why was I okay and why wasn't she? A dear friend of mine, Margaret McDonough, the first woman General Secretary of the Labour Party and the best, she died from brain cancer just the other day. And it hit me really hard because she's a friend and one of my political heroes. And again, you think, why is it there are 3,500 people like Margaret each year who are diagnosed with that brain cancer and there's no hope of a cure? It's a death sentence. But I was so lucky. It's why I sort of say in the book, and I think people sometimes think I'm a lunatic when I say this, but like, I genuinely felt lucky about my diagnosis. I might have been 38. It might have been really rare and unusual, but I knew that I wasn't going to die. I had one of the best kidney cancer surgeons in the world through the NHS. The one thing I didn't have to worry about was the bill. These amazing nurses looking after me. The pandemic did make it hard, because I remember going into the Royal Free Hospital where the surgery happened. I don't think I've ever felt as lonely in my life as walking in for my surgery, leaving Joe, my partner, and my dad at the door. It was really, really hard. But, what have I got to complain about? I'm here, I'm healthy, I'm cancer-free. And I came back from it just sort of running even faster and working even harder, because I just have this kind of zest for life.
Of course.
Feel grateful for being here.
Wes, the book is brilliant. One Boy, Two Girls and a Fry Up. So much more I could talk to you about, but it's all in here, and I wish you all the best with it.
Thanks,
and I wish there was more like you, that's for sure. We're going to take a very, very quick break, and we've got the heartfelt message the Princess of Wales has given to a group of mums. And our very own Baywatch star, Dr. Amir, he's got his tips for staying safe on the beach.
Nestle Nesquik, proud sponsors of Lorraine.
My hair, it started to feel thicker and stronger. I would definitely recommend Plantar 39.
New Finish Ultimate Plus, with CycleSync technology that releases the right ingredient at the right time, and it also tackles burnt-on stains. Skip the pre-rinse and save 1,000 litres of water a year on average. New Finish Ultimate Plus for an unbeatable clean. Keep away from children.
Time for your workout.
Nescafe Gold Cappuccino, an irresistible blend of coffee and milk with long-lasting froth.
Speed up the pace, Adam.
Schedule breakers. This one's for you. Make your me moments matter.
Summer, best enjoyed on holiday.
TUI Live Happy.
Financially protected by Atoll. At Emma Sleep, our experts have designed an ideal combination of bed, mattress, duvet and pillows that work together seamlessly. All you have to do is have yourself a great night's sleep. Awaken your best at emma-sleep.co.uk.
So you have diabetes and your glucose is heading low. Good thing the new Dexcom G7 can alert you before you go too low, without finger pricks or scanning. That's more peace of mind. Manage your diabetes with confidence with Dexcom G7. Learn more at dexcom.com.
I've discovered Fairy Non-Bio Platinum Gel, and it's changed my laundry game. Because with toddlers in the house, it's all stains and mess. And it's not just the kids. With gel, I can squeeze just what I need to deal with tough stains even on a cold wash. It's more Non-Bio Platinum Gel with extra stain removal.
Over time, our carpets put up with a lot. More than you might notice. That's where the award-winning Vax Smartwash Pet Design comes in. The UK's first carpet washer with motion sense technology washes as you push forward and dries as you pull back. Effortless. The pre-treatment one quickly detaches for flexible stain removal. And the spin scrub tool removes tough dirt on upholstery and stairs. But this goes deeper than the surface. To remove 7 times more than a vacuum, our advanced FlexForce brush bars and antibacterial cleaning solution lift away deep down dirt and grime, revitalising your carpet's colour and bounce and leaving it dry in under an hour. Save £50 on the new Vax Smartwash range. Order direct from $249.99 with free steamer worth $49.99, 6-year warranty and free delivery. When life gets messy, get Vax.
At Lidl, we're big on a British summer with flavoured salmon burgers for $1.49 and Linda McCartney mozzarella burgers just $1.79. Now that's big on quality and always Lidl on price.
Nestle Nesquik, proud sponsors of Lorraine.
Welcome back. That's the Princess of Wales yesterday, visiting a new residential unit to help inspire mums who are struggling a bit. As you saw there, she was pinning a wee message onto their tree because everybody was doing that, and it reads, "I see you and I am with you. Good luck in all that lies ahead," which are lovely, lovely words. Right, still to come this morning, saying goodbye to Indiana Jones. We've got an interview with Harrison Ford talking about his Temple of Doom co-stars. I will also find out why Stormzy is following in the footsteps of Ryan Reynolds. That's all to come in just over 15 minutes time. Right now though, it's competition time. Melissa, lovely Melissa, is live for us in Wales. It's a little bit balmy. It's not that sunny, is it, love?
It's not sunny at all. Yeah, I'm here with our summer competition, but it's not really like summer at all. It hasn't stopped raining since we woke up, but I've dressed brightly. I'm hoping that I'll brighten up your screens at least. We're here at the Dillon Coastal Resort. We won our prizes, which is you can win £10,000 to spend right here with luxury lodgers. You can stay either here, you can stay in Cornwall or the Lake District. There's so many places you could choose from. Let's take a look at where you could stay. Let's get rid of this and out of the rain. Look at how cozy this is. It's such a cozy little place to stay. But if you want to check out your own place as well, we've got £15,000 home-based voucher for you to spend on everything you could need. Also, £50,000 in tax-free cash. You could get a private chef like Brian here, who's cooking me up something very special. What is this, Brian?
This is one of my signature dishes. It's locally called wild sea bass. Some spinach, oyster mushroom fricassee, a nice roasted potato, and then we finish that with raw fennel and orange carpaccio.
That sounds delicious. I will be coming back for that. Guys, you could win all of this. The prize package is worth over £75,000. You haven't got long to enter. Here are the details. For another chance to win, text prize to 66766. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Go to the website. Entries cost £2. Call 09068 786 766. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to BK22 PO Box 7558 Derby D10NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines closed this Friday at 2 p.m. Good luck.
Good luck to you. Thanks, Melissa. Now, let's head back to Cornwall, where our money mum Gemma Bird and our Dr. Amir, well, they signed up for surf school.
Gemma, have I taught you nothing? You should be wearing back to 50.
Don't be silly, I've already put that on.
Phew, another life saved. Gemma, look, we've got sun, we've got sand, there's only one thing missing.
What?
Surf.
Ah.
Amir, have you ever surfed before?
No, Gemma, have you ever surfed before?
Absolutely not.
Bodhi, help.
Well, luckily you're in the right place. So if you guys just want to take a seat down on your boards, we're going to go through a quick safety talk, quick little demo, and we're going to get you on some waves. And we're just rising up nice and slowly.
We're not going to lie, are we, Gemma?
I'm really looking forward to this, I think.
Don't worry, Gemma. The water's 15 degrees. We've got our wetsuits on, but if you get too cold, you can always have a little wee inside your wetsuit to keep you warm.
Good idea.
Surfing USA. Everybody's going surfing.
It was brilliant, but I didn't actually manage to stand up.
Everybody's going surfing. Surfing USA. Yeah, everybody's going surfing.
That was incredible. I really enjoyed it. Didn't manage to stand up properly, but I almost did. Gemma, how good was that?
Unbelievable, wasn't it? It was such a thrill. I loved it.
I feel like a cool dude.
Surfing USA.
You are a cool dude. Dr. Amir and Gemma join us now. That looks really good fun. Okay, it wasn't the sunniest day, and okay, you didn't stand up, but you nearly did.
We gave it our best shot, Lorraine, and we had so much fun doing it, didn't we, Gemma?
It was absolutely brilliant, but I do have to say that I could not believe how fast it was when I was holding on and then it just went over the waves. Boom, boom, boom. All I was doing was screaming his name. He was nowhere to be found, Lorraine.
I was
He was
having too
just
much fun.
enjoying himself. You did manage to get up for a minute, though.
I did. Just for a millisecond, I stood up, Lorraine. Now, Gemma, I know you've got some questions from our Holidaymaker crowds coming up. I'm really looking forward to that. And Lorraine, I've been joined now by Emma and Jill and Kate and Joe. I've managed to remember all of that. I've only met Emma this morning. In fact, her and her family owned the hotel I was staying at. We got talking. It turns out Emma is the women's surf instructor at the Big Blue Surf School. Emma, tell me why it's never too late for women to start surfing.
Well, I think firstly, it's never too late for anybody to pursue a passion. For me, surf coaching women, it's about community, it's about coming together. And when women support each other, because there's not enough of it, the magic happens. It's amazing and I love it.
I love that. And Jill, talk to us about the health benefits of surfing.
The health benefits are numerous. Physically, it's like an all-over workout. Mentally, once you get in the sea, you're in the ocean, you think of nothing but the surfing. And if you're with a group of ladies, for us ladies, that's just amazing.
Now, when we were out on the water, the RNLI surf guards were there. What are the safety tips you would tell anyone who are going into the water?
To be aware of the rip currents, to be with other people, to stay between the red and yellow flags.
Yeah, I think that's really important. I think always talk to a lifeguard. Definitely, let me just repeat that, swimming between the red and yellow flags if you're on holiday and coming down, or for anybody. I think that's super important. Yeah, don't go in on your own. And the lifeguards, this is a lifeguarded beach in the summer, and at 6 o'clock, the lifeguards are off duty. And I would just say to anybody, once they've gone, just don't get in, stay safe, always let somebody know where you are.
Oh, thank you, ladies. Now, Lorraine, you've got to join us for our next surf lesson, I think.
And do you know, I would love to try. I would love to try. And I love the fact that it's women, mature ladies of a certain age who we adore, who are actually doing this, and the benefits physically and mentally are enormous. It's like swimming in the sea, where it's wonderful. And you've got more advice for us though, for just keeping safe, having a great time, of course, but keeping safe on holiday, and you.
Yes, I've got my top 3 tips to keep you safe on holiday. So when you're packing, as well as your bikini and swimming trunks, pack your own first aid kit. The kind of things I would put in that is some paracetamol, ibuprofen, antihistamine, some plasters, some cotton wool balls, and some hand sanitizer, which can double up as antiseptic liquid for any cuts and bruises that you might get. And don't forget your sunscreen and aloe vera cream for any unexpected burns. And also keep an eye on your children. When children are playing out in the sun, they often forget to drink and they're prone to heat exhaustion. So if they come to you complaining of headaches, feeling tired, irritable, hot and clammy, take them indoors or to a shaded area, give them a drink, or preferably a sports drink, and just cool their skin with some tepid water. And don't forget, order your medication. If you're on regular medication, you're going away, make sure you have enough for when you're away. But if you run out or forget that, you can ring your own GP. It doesn't matter where they are in the country. Most of us can send a prescription electronically to a chemist to where you are. The only thing you need to do is have the name and postcode of your chemist, and we can sort the rest out.
That's fantastic and really good to know. We've got to be a bit organised. Now, you've got a crowd there, and you do have some questions as well.
Yes, I have been joined. They are, look at them, they're gorgeous, Lorraine, gorgeous people from Bude here in Cornwall and some holiday makers, and they've got some questions for us as well. Debbie, you've got a question for me?
Oh yeah, when I come to the beach, I quite often get really sore lips. I just wondered if you've got any advice.
Yeah, so Debbie gets sore lips. Lips are really prone to sunburn. So the best thing to do is put some Factor 50. We always forget our lips when we're putting sunscreen on. So Factor 50 on your lips will help that. Janice, you've got a question for me as well?
I have, yes. If you're on holiday, where would you go if you needed medical attention?
Yeah, so it's always a good idea to know where the local hospital or minor injury unit is, but if you need to see a GP, you can register temporarily at a local GP and they can help you. It doesn't mean you're deregistered from your own surgery. You can still go back there when you're back at home. And Tim, you've got a question for me too?
Yes, we've got some fabulous weather down here.
Not all the time.
Well, some of the time. And we have a little granddaughter now.
Yeah.
She's 2. So what's the best sunscreen factor to be using?
So children, all children, doesn't matter what their skin tone is, should have Factor 50 on, and the rest of us Factor 30 minimum, but preferably Factor 50. Even if it's cloudy like this, you'll need that Factor 50.
Thank you.
Now, Gemma, you've got a question from the crowd as well.
I do indeed,
Yeah.
yeah. I've got the lovely Janice here.
I was just wondering if there was any technology, such as an app for my phone, that can help me budget for my holiday.
Yeah, this is a really, really good one, actually, very interesting. So something that you can definitely use is, a lot of people ask me parking. Whenever we're going on holiday, is finding the cheap areas that we can go and park. So there's a really good app called My Parking Space, okay? And what that does is that basically you pop the postcode in and it will show you different areas, different locations. That could be somebody's drive, that could be somebody's garage, that could be even the local parking area is the cheapest. But I've saved a fortune using this app over the years. Another good idea is, obviously when you're going away, especially self-catering, is using the supermarkets. Don't forget, if you've got a loyalty card, most of the supermarkets now have an app. So pop that on your phone before you go away, and then you're still going to manage getting the points. So yeah, it's a really good one, Lorraine, actually, to use.
Good one. Yeah, I like that a lot. Thank you, Gemma. Always full of good advice, as are you, Amir. I'd love to come down and join you, but can you switch the sunshine on? And then I'll come down and do some surfing.
Yeah, we'll try.
We'll have a word.
We'll try, yeah.
That sounds good. Thank you both so much. Great stuff. Right, after the break, we have a first look at tonight's Repair Shop special, celebrating the NHS. And Ria is here too.
Hello, yes, I've always wanted to do this, Lorraine. Woohoo! Find out what happened when I caught up with Harrison Ford ahead of his final Indiana Jones adventure.
Nestle Nesquik, proud sponsors of Lorraine.
Order the GT Smart Connect at echelonfit.uk and save over £700 in our flash sale for only £16 a month or £576 today.
Are your old freestanding wardrobes a waste of space? We'll help you uncover up to twice the storage space of freestanding wardrobes. All Sharp's wardrobes are created to fit more in, maximising every millimetre of space and tailoring the perfect storage solutions. Trust Sharp's to create beautifully organised space. Our half-price sale is now on. Book your free home design visit. Go to sharps.co.uk.
How gentle is your body wash? This test paper shows how Dove compares to the leading body wash. New Dove body wash is different. Made with a unique blend of 3 skin conditioners and gentle cleansers, it cleanses your skin more gently and helps skin to moisturise from within in just 1 shower. Choose different. Choose Dove.
The award-winning VAX One Power Blade 4 range gives you enough high-performance cordless runtime to clean your whole home. And it's proven to clean carpets better than the UK's top 3 best-selling cordless vacuums. And now from only £179.99, with payment options and a toolkit worth £50 free when you buy direct at vax.co.uk today. When life gets messy, get Vax.
I've been learning all about these little beauties. The incredible M&S Red Diamond Strawberry.
As much as I'd love to, can't hang around in polytunnels forever squamping fruit. I want to talk a little bit more to these two.
You're not just happy with producing some of the finest fruit on offer. You think there's a lot more to farming than that.
We've got wind turbines on site, we've got solar panels, biomass boilers, and we often find ourselves producing more electric than we actually can use.
And we're planting about 2 hectares of wildflowers.
How big is 2 hectares?
It's about 3 football pitches.
That's huge.
We need this nature to help grow the crop. Natural pollinators, beneficial insects.
The good guys, they eat the bad guys,
Yeah.
which allows your fruit to grow beautifully, perfectly, very, very natural.
I think when you get the end product, like these beautiful berries, it makes everything worthwhile. Stephen probably eats a couple of planets a day.
Really. But it's all for work, yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
So where do you fancy them? With your heart condition, we're going to have to find specialist travel insurance.
It's not to worry.
And your age, they're going to take that into account as well.
Not to worry.
You're very relaxed about it all.
I am. Because it's all clear.
All clear?
All clear travel insurance. Look, they help cover over 3 million people with over 1,300 medical conditions.
All clear. Call 0800 848 8600 or visit our website.
Grandmama, teach me how to use my powers.
Laser eyes? How do you show them
Almost.
Ruby Gillette Teenage Cracker.
Nestle Nesquik, proud sponsors of Lorraine.
You guys have been working for the NHS for how long?
Oh, Catherine,
It's
not
too
much
long,
longer than
isn't it?
me. No, I started on Primley 31 years ago on the same ward, did the
On
same
the same
thing.
ward?
Same ward, yeah. And he's been with me the whole journey, and he probably arrived just before that, but I don't know exactly when
I'm
yet.
not 100% sure.
I thoroughly enjoyed every minute of it.
Hmm.
It's a positive place to be able to turn people around from that really fearful place where they walk in to then actually give them some hope that they're going to get better and go out the door again.
Yeah.
We've got lots of children that have got long-term chronic problems, but all the time you're actually be able to do something to make them feel a little bit better.
See, now this is why I love nurses.
Welcome back. That's a look ahead to tonight's Repair Shop special celebrating 75 years of the NHS. We're a team restore that, it's a catering cart apparently, like Thomas's Tank Engine. I love that. Oh, that'll be unmissable. Such a great show anyway. Now, Aria is going to be catching up with Harrison Ford in just a moment. First of all, let's go back to Melissa for the competition. Oh, it's still raining, love.
It's still raining, I know, and I'm still here, out here. You know, we're going to try and bring you a bit of summer as much as we can. We've got some spectacular prizes as well, so that will hopefully brighten things up, because as part of this prize, there's £10,000 to spend with Luxury Lodges. You can spend at any of their spectacular resorts across the country. Hopefully it will be a lot nicer if you come stay here. Let's head inside, because I don't want to stay out in the rain. There's also £50,000 in tax-free cash for you to spend on whatever you want. There's also £15,000 home-based voucher as well, so you can kit out yourself ready for summer when it does actually arrive. Oh, and there's a tech bundle as well. Let's not forget that. But you know what I'm going to enjoy? It's something that head chef Brian Kerr has cooked up for me, and it looks spectacular. Look at this.
Did you see last dish?
This is like gourmet, Brian. I will be tucking into this. Tell you what else is spectacular. This prize is worth over £75,000, but time is running out, and I don't want you to miss out. So here are the details you need to enter. For another chance to win, text prize to 66766. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Go to the website. Entries cost £2. Call 09068 786 766. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to BK22 PO Box 7558 Derby DE10NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close this Friday at 2 p.m. Good luck.
Good luck to you now, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, out in cinemas today. And Ria, now I was very lucky to see the movie the other day, but you were even luckier because you got to talk to the man himself.
I did at the world premiere ahead of it in Cannes just last month. It was such a privilege, Lorraine. It was absolute career highlight. Lovely smile in the world. Really twinkly eyes.
Twinkly eyes. Is
I
80? How can he be 80? And he's running around in that film like a child.
I mean, it's so sad that this will be the last of the franchise, but what a way to go out. Look, here he is.
I'm retiring.
Well, in that case, what are we drinking?
Same for the goddaughter.
Dad told me you found something on a train during the war. A dial that could change the course of history.
Why are you chasing the thing that drove your father crazy?
Please get out of here.
Stop!
Sorry.
Dr. Jones.
Harrison, it's wonderful to meet you. Huge congratulations on the new film. I've seen it. I've loved it. It's full of adventure, action, heart. Was it as much fun making it?
Almost. It was a big job of work and a very ambitious film. I was delighted with the script, delighted to have Jim at the helm. Phoebe, it just had a great script and a great group of actors, and it was fun to go to work every day.
Oh, and what was it like for you going back on set 15 years since the last film?
Well, 40 years since the beginning, and I'd been waiting for this script and for this opportunity to come along for quite a few years. And, we finally came up with the right mix of adventure and character and emotion. And so I was thrilled to be able to step back into this character.
You've taken chances, made your mistakes. And now, a final triumph.
Indiana Jones. I've been looking for this all my life.
And what was it like for you working with Phoebe? Because your chemistry is so good.
She brought incredible intelligence to the character that she plays. I mean, actress intelligence. She really had a chunk of ore that she refined into cinema gold. She's a brilliant actress and a boon companion. I mean, she really works hard, and it was great to have her on board.
And you reunited with George Lucas and Steven Spielberg for
Yes,
this
of course.
film,
Yes, sure.
Was that part of the plan of having a big reunion for the big finale?
We're in this together, and it was great to be able to get back to the character one more time. I'm very happy with the film. I think it has all of the characteristics that we expect from an Indiana Jones film.
I must ask you, how do you feel about your old friend Ke Huy Quan winning an Oscar? Short round back in Temple of Doom, 12 years old.
Yeah, he has an amazing constitution and energy. So great to see him back in this form. He's genuinely a unique person, and he's worked so long in the business, and to have this great success that he's having, I'm so happy for him.
Oh, it's wonderful. And finally, Harrison, you're also Shrinking. That's been recommissioned for a second series. Congratulations. Busy. So no sign of retiring anytime soon?
Retiring?
Absolutely
I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
Well, please don't, because we absolutely love you and we love your work.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and it's been an honour to speak to you today.
You're very kind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, what a class act. I'll tell you what though, can I just say it again? The man is 80 years old.
It's
astonishing.
extraordinary.
He looks absolutely brilliant. And I love the first bit of the movie. We do see the CGI de-aging him, but actually they have the easiest task in the world because it looks great anyway. They just sort of airbrushed him a wee bit.
It's so clever because they actually use archive from the original rushes.
It's
Look at that.
so good.
Amazing.
Lovely. And it's a great film. It's a rom. It's a joy. Epic adventure. Fabulous. And a very fitting age. Now look, lovely Lewis Capaldi. We were all very worried about him, but at the same time, what an amazing, that uplifting, the way the crowd sang for him and all of that.
Oh, at Glastonbury.
It was just beautiful.
He did so well. I mean, I really feel for him. He's released a statement yesterday on his socials saying that he's going to take some time out to rest and recover.
Good.
For people that don't know, he's been long suffering from Tourette's and anxiety. If you've not seen his Netflix doc, How I'm Feeling Now, it's worth a watch to really understand his condition. And so he's pulled out 26 tour dates around the world, including Leeds and Reading Festival. But I think everyone's in agreement that, you know, paramount here is his mental health and well-being. So as long as he gets better, we wish him well. His statement said, I used to be able to enjoy every second of shows like this. The truth is I'm still learning to adjust to the impact of my Tourette's, and I need to spend much more time getting my mental and physical health in order.
Of course he does.
I know, bless him. He went on to say he wants to get better so he can keep doing everything he loves for a long time to come. So, well, comforting to know he's been looked after by his friends and family.
He just has to take a wee step back, and you know, we'll all still be here waiting for him, his next thing that he's going to do.
We love him.
He's to take as long as he likes. Absolutely. Now, news of something that I remember vividly. A new, well, an old game show has been given a new lease of life.
I love this. So ITV have announced they're going to revamp the game show Wheel of Fortune. I watched this when it was Nikki Campbell hosting it. Do you remember? Yeah, of course I do. So it's coming back. Graham is going to front it. 8 episodes, including 2 celeb specials. Might you appeal, Lorraine?
Oh, you never can tell if Graham Ford's made a mayor.
So well done to Graham. It's so fantastic. See, lots of these TV comebacks coming back, haven't we? Big Brother, Gladiators,
That's the
Deal or No Deal. Yeah, this is huge in America. So I think Graham will be fab on this.
And it'll be fun, and that's what we like. Yeah, for sure. Stormzy, well, he's kind of following in the footsteps of Ryan Reynolds, and it's all about football.
Yes, this man never ceases to amaze me. So he's teamed up with his football mate Wilfred Zaha. They're both originally from Croydon, and they're going to buy the non-league football team Croydon AFC. Now I love this because, you know, he's got his murky books with publishing, he's funding kids through college and university at Oxford. This is the next extension, his football club, and I love that they're developing this community asset. So good for them. It's brilliant.
No, it's great, and it's also an opportunity for, you know, young kids maybe wouldn't get the opportunity to go into other clubs to do that. And, you know, even if football is not going to be their career, what a great thing to do. You know, it's that whole building a community thing, isn't it?
Absolutely. And also, if you're not into football, you might become now, because it's Stormzy.
You probably would. There'd be a lot of Croydon fans, I think. Yes, definitely, and that's good. New music from Claire from Steps.
Yes, Step fans are going to love this. So she's stepping out again for a solo second album. It's called Euphoria. That's going to drop August 25th. Features lots of power ballads from classic women like Cher, Olivia Newton-John, Whitney Houston, and Celine Dion, who she actually backed in 2019 at Hyde Park.
She did. I forgot about
Yeah,
that.
she's a very good vocalist. This
She's
Claire,
very
and
clear.
We've got an exclusive first listen. So this is I Surrender.
Now that lass can sing.
She can.
She absolutely can. It's fantastic, and I love the fact that Claire's doing her thing. But also we've still got Steps.
Yeah,
we've still
they're
got
not going
Steps.
anywhere.
They're not going anywhere. I mean, they've been, you know, along with Take That. Their comeback was extraordinary.
Well, they're legendary, and their
they
music's just so uplifting and fun. They don't take themselves too seriously, and so people love that, don't they?
It is a joy, an absolute joy. And tell me though, also new music from Zayn Malik. Now Zayn's been quiet.
He's been very ominous, as these superstars like to be. So on his socials, he's removed all of his photographs from his Instagram, bar one, leaving a little teaser as you do, which has got all his 49.8 million fans in a tiz.
49.8
million fans. So they're all wondering what's coming up here. It's normally a sign of new music. He's also unfollowed Selena Gomez, which has squashed the rumours that they were dating.
Oh,
yes.
These poor guys, though, they can't even look at another woman or another man or anybody, really.
I know.
And, you know, and then it's all of a sudden they're going out and getting married and all of that. Should we have a wee listen?
Let's have a
look.
Oh, that's from Bradford's done good. Love it. Thank you so much. Right, it is that time again. Holly and
All
Craig,
right.
what have you got for us, you two?
Oh, well,
Right,
let me tell you, Lorraine, we got loads coming up. Fimbles at the ready, we're catching up with the great.
You all right, mate? Where are you? How many? What section? Huh? When did they come and get you? When did they section you? And you're still there? All right. Be careful, mate. Huh? I can't hear you. I'm watching telly. No, well, I was up until about 4 and I woke up about 7. I went to bed about 4 and I woke up about 7. Yeah. That's crazy, man. Yeah. I didn't reckon. Oh, wow. So that's how many is it? That's how many is it? That's crazy. So you're not sectioned then? Yeah. Oh, for your own protection. Yeah. I've been in there with you before. I've been everywhere. It's crazy. Yeah, but we don't want NHS to keep on doing this to people. They think they know about mental health. I used to buy and sell pianos, and I covered Somerset in London, and I know how to look after people. Mental health matters. I got a poor connection. Yeah. Yeah. Go careful, mate. Go careful. All right, then, mate. See you later, mate. See ya. That's Mark Gregory. Mark Gregory, right? He's sectioned. He's free at the moment, but he's now being reviewed. NHS, they think they can control people's lives. Mental health. What can I say? The Piano Man. I used to cover Somerset in London. I sold pianos, right? Families were very happy with me, all right? NHS is all they're doing is begging for more money. They think they're good, but they're not good. They're terrible.
His own serial dating disasters. So, I mean, obviously, we know you've worked here, we know sort of you on a professional level, but this side of your life I didn't know too much about.
Yeah, I used to work here for years, finding guests to go on this very show, so it's very surreal. But while I was working here, yes, I was becoming a bit addicted to dating apps. I had them all, just come out of a long-term relationship, so I was like, wow, you can go on dating apps now. And
unlocked a whole new world.
Exactly, and I got a bit addicted, so I was going 2 or 3 dates every week, getting ready in the studio toilet after work and going straight out to go rock climbing and salsa dancing and bowling and all these crazy
all sorts
dates.
of things.
Yeah.
So let's talk numbers here. How many dates?
Well,
over
yes.
what time period?
Probably over about 8 years. I was single on and off, so I got to 212 dates, and most of them first dates, I would say. But yeah, that's 2 or 3 a week. So lots of amazing people, I should say. Met lots of brilliant people.
You must have been utterly exhausted doing that. I mean, you describe it as kind of dating zombie you became in the end.
Yeah, because you're going on all these dates, and there's always another match around the corner. You're always getting a notification, especially if you've got all 6 on your phone. And I was looking for the one, genuinely. So I'd get a ping on my phone, or another match, and I think, well, maybe this could be the next one. So you'd end up on this conveyor belt of dating that was hard to get off.
It's like 6 different dating apps on your phone.
I reckon at times I had 6. I had everyone. If a new one came out, I'd download that one.
Did you even know where you were meant to be?
Well, it was quite difficult. That's why you end up doing mad things like going on rock climbing dates, playing darts. I think I did every activity it's possible to do in London, trying to think of the next
something
thing.
to keep it exciting.
Yeah.
So 90% of the dates were lovely, and you met some really nice people. However, there were some that didn't go quite to plan. I'm thinking of this West End theatre producer, because this is brutal.
Well, I went out for pizza with a West End theatre producer, and our meal had just arrived, and her phone starts ringing. She says, I've got to take this, it's Jake Gyllenhaal. I said, what, the A-list Hollywood actor Jake Gyllenhaal? She said, yeah, I'll just pop out. She was gone for 10 minutes, she didn't come back. So I basically got dumped for Jake Gyllenhaal. I did get to eat both pizzas.
Did you believe her?
No, I don't believe her.
I think that was Jake Gyllenhaal was the
So
code
let's
word.
go with it.
That was the code word. For bail. I mean, when you go on these dates, I mean, I guess you know, and you think, actually, I'm quite attracted to this person, or I like the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
When you sense they don't like you, I mean, did that happen? How did you react when that happened?
Sure, you've got to get used to a bit of rejection, and I wasn't perfect on these dates at all, and that's sort of what I learned writing the book, is people are worth more than a handful of photos on a dating app, or their likes and dislikes. And when I sat down to write it, and I poured all my dating disasters into the book, I sort of realised that maybe I was the problem, and if I'm the one going on 200 odd dates, then maybe I should rethink my strategy here a bit. Yeah.
Well, listen, it all worked out well in the end, because you met somebody absolutely lovely now.
It did so.
And you met her online, so it did eventually, and there she is.
Daniele,
There's
my soulmate,
Daniele.
yes. During the pandemic, I wrote this book and poured all my dating disasters into it, and I was going to delete all the apps. I said, that's it. This is too much. I'm addicted. But as I went to delete the last one, I saw a final match, and it was her, and I thought, well, I roll the dice one more time, give it a go, and yes.
And she was the one?
She was the one. So it all worked out in the end.
It is a novel, but it is a bit of a guidebook as well, I guess, is it?
Well, in the book, the hero is going on all these disastrous dates, and they start turning up dead one by one in the order she meets them. So it's a murder mystery, and she has to discover why. Why is somebody targeting her dates? So luckily, that didn't happen to me, but it does have flashbacks of all her terrible dates of these toxic men. and I was able to use some of the things that happened to me in the terrible
Interesting you wrote it from the female perspective,
I
though.
did. Well, I think there's a lot worse men on dating apps than there are women. There's a lot more toxic men out there than there are women, and I think it's quite refreshing to have a crime book where all the victims are men for a change. And not women.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point.
And Daniele, was she the last one?
She's the final swipe. She's just moved in with me this week. So the book's out this week, and she's moved in this week. So it's
What a
been a crazy week for me. But yeah, she's the
And
final
it's
one.
been bought by the people who made Paddington, so a movie on the horizon quite possibly.
Hopefully, they might give me a cameo as one of those terrible toxic men in the movie. But yeah,
That's
fingers
amazing. Well
crossed.
done.
Wouldn't it be funny if they cast Jake Gyllenhaal in a weird twist?
Final revenge on me, Jake.
That has to happen. Oh, that's fantastic. Listen, thank you for coming. It's really good to see you. Well done, all of this. Yeah.
There's a producer shift go next week if you keep.
Oh, well, yeah, recommend it.
Thank you. Luke's dating disasters are the inspiration behind today's phone-in, where Married at First Sight's very own dating relationship expert Mel Schilling will be here to take your calls. Hi, Mel. Good to see you. Who do you want to hear from?
Hello, good morning, guys. Well, we're going to pick up where Luke has left off. Have his ideas sprung a few things for you? A few bells going off? Maybe dating disasters, maybe you've been ghosted, maybe you've been swiping the wrong way. Maybe you just want to learn how to feel safer on your dates. Give me a call and we'll get to the bottom of it.
I feel a busy day.
I do too.
Yeah,
I do. Bring me off the hook.
Give us a call for free on 08000 30 40 44 or download our free This Morning app to get involved. Please get in touch by 11:15. You must be 18 or over and have some dating disasters.
Yeah, I think most people do. Lots more coming up on the show for you today. What's happening in your favourite square, street and villages this week? Well, Sharon's here with all the latest soap gossip, and it's all kicking off, isn't it, Sharon?
It is. It's actually Claire Sweeney's debut episode tonight in Coronation Street, so we're going to be having a little look at there. Cassie is completely different to how she is in real life, and we'll be catching up with the gossip from all the episodes.
Thank you, Sharon. Have you heard of the True to 8
I hadn't done until this morning, no.
You're about to, you all are, because fitness expert Shakira Akabusi is here to debunk what is the latest viral trend. It sounds difficult, Shakira. It sounds scary. What is it? What's it all about?
Yeah, so we're going to be taking a look at this method, debunking a couple of myths, and going through a couple of exercises that everyone can do at home to get the results that they want.
Sounds very good. Thank you. We'll see you in a bit. And if you're looking for an ideal summer meal, which you can cook, grill, or barbecue, then Donald's got just the recipe. Donald, what are you making today?
Good morning, guys. We have a delicious chicken shawarma. It's got a gorgeous salad, but most importantly, it has a gorgeous red pepper hummus that's very easy to make. Easy for summer.
Oh, wow, that's good. That's your son's favourite, isn't it?
That, you know, it's my son's favourite, and I've never had it.
No, well, now you can learn to make it for it.
Well, I'm going to have to, right? Thanks, Del. He knew. It's like he knew. Also on today's show, it was revealed that the average annual cost of school uniform is rising. Alice Beer is here with the latest and has her top tips on how to save money. That's coming your way at 10:30.
And the Hunt to find Britain's best amateur seamster is on. We'll be catching up with the great British Sewing Bee judges, Patrick Grant and Esme Young. That's at 11:10.
And as Melanie Hamrick releases her saucy new novel, she'll be here to tell us very saucy. She's going to tell us all about it and how her boyfriend, Mick Jagger, no less, has been her biggest supporter. That's coming your way at 20 to 12.
But before all of that, Vanessa Phelps and Matthew Wright are here to discuss today's top headlines. Good morning.
Hello.
Both of you.
How are you? Good.
Let's start off first of all, shall we? Ex-Health Secretary Matt Hancock has criticised the country's pandemic planning before COVID hit, saying it was completely wrong. He told the inquiry that planning was focused on the provision of. In fact, I'm just going to let him say it because it was quite shocking. Let's just watch it.
The absolutely central problem with the planning in the UK was that the doctrine was wrong. The doctrine of the UK was to plan for the consequences of a disaster. Can we buy enough body bags? Where are we going to bury the dead? And that was completely wrong. I'm profoundly sorry for each death that has occurred. And I also understand why, for some, it will be hard to take that apology from me. I understand that. I get it. But it is honest and heartfelt.
Well, some people are saying that sort of within that statement, he was kind of placing the blame outside of himself, but there was an apology from him.
Absolutely, but I think what was so peculiar and unexpected about what he said was that he seemed to be arguing that lockdown should have started much earlier and gone on from at a time when it seems as if for people who are so isolated, it felt to me, don't you think, very unexpected to hear him saying so publicly what seemed to go against pretty much what most people are feeling right now.
Isabel Oakeshott, who ghostwrote Matt Hancock's not very best-selling biography, said yesterday on Twitter that this was the first time she'd heard the former health secretary use that excuse or that as his main concern. And she worked with him for 12 months on the book, which is extraordinary. It's extraordinary that he seemed to blame the World Health Organization for delaying lockdowns when the Prime Minister at the time, Boris Johnson, I distinctly remember, said, let's all go to Cheltenham races.
And I remember being on this very sofa sitting next to Boris Johnson's father, Stanley. Do you remember when Stanley said here, well, I'm going to the pub. I'm going. Why wouldn't you? You've got to help out the public.
There was another.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about what happened in care homes. And Matt Hancock said, he sort of said, it was terrible what happened in care homes, but care homes don't come. I didn't have the levers to operate. They're not my responsibility. They're local authority. And Hugo Keith, the counsel for the COVID inquiry, says, what is the name of the department that you were Secretary of State for? And it's the Department for Health and Social
Security. That's right. Very important.
The boss saying, what he seems to do is he's very good at saying sorry. And he's saying it a lot. And he's saying it in a very heartfelt way, but there's the disconnect between what he's saying in terms of the apology and then the total lack of responsibility.
Yeah, and if you're sorry, what are you sorry for? And is it your responsibility? If it's not, then why are you saying sorry? If it is, then what have you actually done or not done?
And they're all followed by a but. The sorry's followed by a but as well, and it's blame, blame, blame. And I'm just thinking about the families.
Well, the families, there were quite a lot of families that are gathered outside, including the widow of a man whose hand had been held by Matt Hancock. Lorelei, her name is, his hand had been held by Matt Hancock as a sort of PR opportunity. He subsequently died. And all the relatives, as far as I could see on camera, turned their back on Matt Hancock, both as he went in and went out. And you've got some anti-vaxxers there as well, shouting and stirring things up.
I suppose, in fairness to him, he's only one individual. It's not all his fault, is it? And turning your back on him, I mean, it's not. It doesn't all boil down to Matt Hancock's personal decisions. In fairness, does it? I mean, I know everybody wants a scapegoat. Everyone wants to be able to vilify someone and pin the blame on someone. I don't think that's. Also, I'm not defending him, but I'm just saying it's not entirely his fault.
It's the early stage.
Today, is he saying more today? So what will he be saying today different from
This
yesterday?
is only the first part of the COVID inquiry. So this is essentially the scene setter before COVID arrived. So I was very interested in Operation Cygnus, which was our preparedness for an influenza type outbreak, and the failings that emerged from that. So there were 22 in all. Only 8 of them had been addressed. So as we went into the pandemic, the training that we had, the lessons that we had learned from Operation Cygnus had broadly been completely ignored by a Secretary of State who's failed to go to a single meeting relating to that.
I mean, they should really just sum it up in a one-liner. No one was expecting it. No one was prepared for it. No one knew what to do. There was world panic, not just in this country. Everyone was panicked. Everyone was scared, stiff and terrified. There wasn't enough money put in before. There wasn't enough preparation. That's it. Then they could, as far as I'm concerned, pretty much been most of this inquiry, which is going to cost so much money, going to cost so much anguish to people, and it's going to take so damn long. And we know the punchline. We know it. We've seen all the pictures of all the people who lost their families. I just can't see the point of it at all. I don't understand why we're
Well, I
engaging
think
in
maybe
it.
one day we might come to the conclusion you said everybody suffered. Actually, there are a number of countries in Asia that saw their GDP go up, that were ahead of the game, ahead of the curve, and kept their death rates low. And that's because they had been prepared for a pandemic, because they'd experienced it. We'd seen it happen in these countries. And thought it would
possibly
never
affect
happen.
us.
Do you know the one thing we do need to learn where the money be better spent? Because it's live now. It's the effect that COVID had on particularly teenagers, because we're only seeing it now. 17, 18, 19-year-old boys and girls who are in an utter state of confusion. They missed out a huge part of their growth.
Said in the inquiry yesterday that we should be spending as a country closer to 50 billion a year, which is close to the military budget, rather than 500 million a year, because the dangers that COVID still poses to the country and disease is actually greater than that posed by sort of.
Yeah, I can believe that. Let's move on to a slightly different story now. Thousands of children are at risk of critical and very likely injury or death because their schools are structurally unsafe, the Department of Education has said.
Well, this is a hugely big deal.
Yeah.
I think anybody who was themselves educated in the state system remembers all this. We remember bits of the architecture just falling apart. Most of us had porta cabins in the school grounds, and they were there when we arrived at the school. They were still there when we left. So building works were meant to be going on, repairs were meant to be happening, but I don't know if they ever really were. But I remember tiles falling off. I remember stairs that you couldn't really walk down because you could easily trip up. That isn't a good thing, just because I remember it's a terrible thing.
Let's remember, because we have to set it against the backdrop that public schools are still run as charities, which benefits them and costs the country something like $2 billion a year. The Department of Education decided, I think, three years ago that we needed to spend $7 billion repairing our schools. They then reduced it to $5 billion, and in the end, we spent $3 billion fixing the schools. So we know what the problem is. We've identified the problem, and then ministers, governments fail to address it. And then they say, oh, we really care.
But also, we all know what it's like, even in our own homes. You know, you think, well, either I could do a proper job of stripping it and having it properly, or I could just patch, stick a bit of blue tack in it and hope it's all right. And you can't help thinking that lots of the kind of, ad hoc repairs over the years have been just a bit of jobbing work here and jobbing work there.
Houses of Parliament, they've got billions and billions of pounds, so they're going to be all right, the MP.
But the worrying thing is, a school is a safe place. We think where we send our kids, and we think they're going to be okay there. We can't watch their every move there. But there's up to 600 schools, the report says, at risk of building collapse or failure.
Nearly 1 in 10 pupils is in a school like that.
It's absolutely unacceptable. It's unacceptable. They have to be in a safe environment. And this isn't something you can kick into the long grass and think, oh, well, we'll do something with it in a couple of years. It's absolutely ridiculous that this should be the state of affairs with children.
Yeah,
terrible.
You just don't want something terrible to happen and then for everybody to move then. Just wanted to get this one in before the break. The Welsh Government has announced plans for a new law to ban certain foods from meal deals to tackle obesity. This is going to be introduced next year. It will prevent foods with high fat, sugar and salt content from being placed in certain parts of the supermarket, like at the end of the aisles or near checkouts. I feel like we've been talking about this for quite a long time.
I'm against it. I know that my colleague here is very much in favour. I'm absolutely opposed to this because I don't like grown-ups telling other grown-ups what to eat. I don't like grown-ups conspiring against other adults who may be on a limited budget and saying you can't have money off what you might want to. I just don't like dictating to other adults what they should do. I don't like it.
That with alcohol and cigarettes, and yet the damage alcohol and cigarettes cost the country is marginal compared to the damage obesity costs the country. We were going to do this in England. The government decided not to because of a cost of living crisis, which solves the problem at the first port, which is at the supermarkets, that people buy these things. The downside is it does nothing to address the cost of obesity to the NHS. So you might be saving money now, but the cost to both the individual, the family, and the society long term is going to be great.
Except
The
that
sugar tax
as
is
the
already.
only person on this sofa who's really battled a really serious weight problem in all my life, I really do know much too much about this. I wish I didn't. It won't stop people eating the food, because when you want to eat something fried or sugary or fattening or a treat that's sweet or whatever it is, it's not about the budget. You will not eat the salad.
Vanessa,
you won't have the meat or the fish. You'll go for the trifle or the thing.
8% of year 6 girls have come out of obesity because of the sugar tax. That's actual
I just
data.
think when you're an adult and when that's what you want to do and that's what you're craving eating, because it's a deep psychological need. It's not because you're hungry. It's because you want the comfort, you want the diversion, you want something from it that isn't just food, and nothing will cut it. So you'll go without something else to eat. I do think so. I don't think you can stop people by charging them for it.
It's not going to work.
I don't think so.
We'll pause there for a moment. Thank you.
We will continue though. Enjoy the difference of opinion.
I like it.
It's
balance.
Through conflict there is change, a great philosopher once said. So there you go. Look, still to come. Is your pooch in need of a vacation? We'll be talking about that and much more, of course, with Vanessa and Matthew after this short break.
Welcome to my morning, where the race for the front seat is on.
Arnold Clark, new and used cars, proud sponsors of This Morning.
With incredible offers for our perfectly imperfect summer. Boots, with you for life.
Every feeding story is special. There are the breastfeeding ones, the ones where bottle feeding plays its part, and the ones which combine both. Inspired by 50 years of breast milk research, our most advanced formulation yet contains milk fat for a creamy taste and is also suitable in combination with breastfeeding. Aptamil Advanced Follow-On Milk. Your life, our science.
Which would you choose? This 4-star Cotswolds break, or this one from Woucher? Woucher, save now, live wow.
Apply wax. Place the strip. And
Be about time for the broadband to go down. Don't worry, you're on full fibre, the UK's most reliable broadband technology. You did switch to Vodafone, right? Switch to Vodafone. Reliable broadband without the price tag.
Already? Cup of tea?
Oh yeah, great. Milk, no sugar, top.
I want to get one for yourself.
Like getting your money's worth? Introducing the new medium double cheeseburger saver meal deal. Just $4.79 at McDonald's.
How gentle is your body wash? This test paper shows how Dove compares to the leading body wash. New Dove body wash is different. Made with a unique blend of 3 skin conditioners and gentle cleansers, it cleanses your skin more gently and helps skin to moisturize from within in just 1 shower. Choose different. Choose Dove. The simple truth is, when you find a cleanser that works, you keep coming back to it. Simple Facial Wash is tough on makeup and oil, but kind to your skin, with efficient cleansing actives and provitamin B5 and E, giving you skin that feels smooth and soft wash after wash. And nothing harsh or unnecessary, ever. Simple. Everything your skin needs, nothing it doesn't.
Every time a wave dumped down on us, I honestly thought we were going to die.
When I hit the rocks and it knocked all the wind out of me, that's when panic set in.
I shouted, nobody heard me.
RNLI volunteers are on call 24 hours a day to rescue people in danger by the coast or at sea. But the RNLI is a charity, and our crew members are volunteers. We can't save lives without you. Please donate £3 a month and help our crews to save everyone they can and come home safely too. Just call 0330 678 1726 or search RNLI now.
Feel the clarity with Claritin. 24-hour relief from symptoms caused by over 150 indoor and outdoor allergens, so you can enjoy playtime again. Feel the clarity with Claritin.
Believe it or not, there was a time before I was a national treasure. One day, you'll be famous.
You can turn around and say,
Get out the way of my limo. I've got a power lunch with Kirsty Allsop at 12. Comedy is back in the building with Changing Ends. Stream free on ITVX.
Welcome back to My Morning. Oh, and it seems we've got a new record.
Arnold Clark, new and used cars, proud sponsors of This Morning.
Welcome back, still to come. We'll be talking to the woman who runs a school clothes bank to help struggling parents as uniform costs skyrocket. That's at 10:30.
Before that, though, Vanessa and Matthew have stayed to continue the conversation with a little bit of shouting at each other, which we enjoy. I'm really torn on this story. I both admire the subject of this story and I'm also completely shocked. Italy's worst teacher missed 20 years of work, and the Italian teacher has been branded the country's worst employee after avoiding 20 years of work through sick leave, holiday time, and other events.
Absolutely. So where was the head of the school fair committee? I know, but that's like, how? How did you do that?
It's just the pupils that complained. I'm thinking, you start school, I don't know, 11.
Yeah.
Your teacher hasn't turned up for 20 years, so you're now going on 30, and you can still remember this teacher's name.
I know.
But at one point, there was a tribunal, and somehow she actually persuaded them that she had merit in staying. So they tried to get her to go to the school, and journalists called her up and said, I'm sorry, I'm at the beach.
Well, that's my favourite story. Unbelievable woman.
It went to the Supreme Court, which is really funny, and they said she is permanently and absolutely unsuitable for the job after she legally challenged it. So the bravery of her to challenge this, Vanessa, you kind of got to admire her a
There's a
little
word
bit.
in
Right?
Yiddish for that. That word, and you pronounce it like this, chutzpah, with a ch. And that chutzpah, it means just absolutely brassy, chic. She isn't she? Unreal.
Unreal.
Yeah.
And what about this one then? The majority of dogs desperately need a holiday as much as their owners. This is according to dog behaviourists who said pets are not getting enough mental stimulation. Do dogs need more holidays? I feel like, I mean, I look at my dog and I'm like, in my next life, I'm coming back as you. Because she doesn't like there is something
When you take her out, I could always remember with you, as soon as you went out into the park, you became a different animal. It smells. And some of them are familiar to you into a different park, different kinds of smells.
Yeah.
And this person makes a great point about beaches. That, it'd be great if you're having a staycation, take your dog with you rather than eating kibbles, which I think are horrible. But a lot of beaches won't allow dogs on during the summer. Which I thought was ironic that I couldn't go at Exmouth, take the dog on. You can do it at the far end, but not in the main bit of beach. But as I was swimming along, you can see bits of sewage and dead seagulls going by beds down. Water companies be dogging.
I'm not good on dogs. I am good on babies, though. Babies don't like holidays one bit.
Babies don't like
no. Babies don't like holidays. They like everything familiar, and they like the routine, and they like everything that smells the same, not different. And you see all these absolutely harassed parents at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning in various foreign hotels wishing they hadn't brought the baby. I reckon babies like to stay at home.
They like to stay at home.
Dogs like babies.
Oh, don't stop it.
I think this is a business
I
idea.
can't. Do I have to sit next to him? Do I have to sit next to him? He's deliberately annoying me, as you can see.
I think he is.
It's a long thing.
You're not too old for me to put your head in and spank you. You know that. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. If anyone wants to know, that's what he wants me to do. You're trying to get me to do that for years, and I'm not.
Oh, that's like occasionally lean over like
You know what we should be saying.
I met a dog yesterday on the Central Line called Max of Weimaraner.
Yeah,
Gorgeous. And I was with an owner. He wasn't doing his own thing. But the owner, and we were chatting for a while, and the owner said, I'm trying to get him to recognise our stop. Because I regularly fall asleep on the tube. And if he recognises the stop we get out, he can just give me a little nudge and bark. And that's what he was training him to do.
So clever.
Hey, Max, if you're watching that, that was the show that Weimaraner.
You are still talking about that. I think we've all found our perfect holiday destination, and this is Barbie's Dream House.
Oh, yes,
available
please.
to rent on Airbnb, hosted by Barbie's right-hand man Ken ahead of the movie's release. So look, is that actually real?
Yes. Oh, I'd love to go there.
It's also free. It's the sort of ultimate movie PR launch.
The dance floor that lights up.
I think I can't remember. It's in the next day or two. I think fans can start to apply, and they're going to let couples stay in the hotel for 2 nights.
July.
17th July. Stay for 2 nights free, which is fantastic. I think you might meet Ken. I think there's Ryan Gosling. I think
Man of my dreams.
Suggestion that he might be around. I love all my Barbie facts. That if Barbie was a real woman.
Yeah.
Because her feet would only be size 3 and her bust is massive.
She'd fall over.
actually walk on all 4.
Oh.
And in 1965, there was a Barbie special edition which showed her bathroom scales, which are permanently set at £110 with the message "Don't eat" stuff on them.
Oh.
It's a healthy Barbie character for everyone.
I think things have changed since then.
The
I think
best
Barbie's come
part
a
of
lot.
this is you can look through Ken's wardrobe.
Wow. Would you like
What I want? Are you kidding
I
me?
would.
Oh
I
my
would.
word,
Imagine
I love
I
it.
have a pink kitchen at Phelps Tower.
See,
I'm already slightly living the dream.
You
And a big
are.
bathroom.
Do you have Ryan Gosling in the kitchen?
That's the one thing I haven't got.
And
There's
you have
something
too
wrong.
much
Work on
do you
that.
think-
No, I don't. No.
One of the papers yesterday printed Ryan Gosling's workout to get into shape for Ken.
Was it the
Which I-
3-2-8 that we're doing later?
It's the 3-2 no eat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he didn't need a huge amount, a lot of working out. I did screenshot it to save it just in case.
Just in case.
Matthew, have you fancy before the old?
What do you think he's going to say?
I was saying nothing. I will say the ice bath. I did feel buzzed from that.
I finally,
The whole day.
afterwards, you were like almost offended we put you in it. Now you can see the benefits.
It's a shock, but it was. I definitely did feel for the rest of the day.
I'm back in it.
Yeah.
Best place for him.
You're doing one now after what Vanessa is offering. That's sort of
Thank you both of you.
It's
Lovely to see you.
great fun. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, as the average price for school uniforms was revealed to be nearly £500 for a secondary school pupil. Alice Spears here with the top tips on how to save money on your school bags.
And it's competition time first, though, and 12 at 12 is back.
So we've got a £12,000 jackpot up for grabs every single day this week.
Yes, we could be calling you live on the show around.
That's enough of that. Oh my God. Oh, I need more sleep. I need to sleep for a few hours. And I'll probably take some painkillers because of my spine. It's lower backache. It's a trapped nerve, that's what it is. If NHS was to massage me on a regular basis, I'd probably be all right. But they won't do it. That's when I was buying and selling pianos. I covered Somerset in London. I was in London with a German overstrung piano, and it slipped and trapped my nerve. There's no sun today. I don't know what's going on, but it's not sunny. I think I'll give you 9 minutes and then I'll end the broadcast and share it and whatever. Yeah, Mark Gregory's at Almley Hospital, section unit. I was in there at some point. I've been dragged around in all these section units all over the country. NHS think that's the way to look after people, but they don't know what they're doing. Young doctors with no experience abusing people like me. I was the first child. My mum had 4 boys. I was the eldest. Then it was Lee Melvin White, and then Mark Anthony White, and then Russell James White. Now, Russell James White and Lee Melvin White went to a special school with special needs because they had problems. All right. Lee gets angry. Russell gets bossy. Mark White was a drug dealer. He was selling cannabis all the time. And he was in my mum's house smoking loads of drugs, and all his friends were going in there. People that knew us were going into my mum's house and smoking loads of cannabis. My mum used to get high. What can I say? They ended up saying to my mother, we're going to smoke outside now and smoke in the garden because you're high all the time. So mother was intoxicated with cannabis. And what she did do, she actually got me sectioned, just me, not my brothers, just me. I still look to see if she's okay. I've always said, love you, Mum. And she would say, love you too, Gordon. But Lee, Mark and Russell don't say love you, Mum. And she don't say love you, Lee, love you, Russell, love you, Mark. She don't say that. Families are destroyed by the NHS. Social services, NHS, police. Oh dear, it's terrible what they do. Yeah, I'll let you see it was Mark Gregory because he shouldn't be in section units really. But he is. You know, this is it. I met him in Melbury Lodge, right? And he said he used to lift pianos in the old days. And well, I lifted pianos. I was buying and selling pianos for quite a few years. I was known as the piano man. You know, children would cheer and say, "Mum, the piano man's here. Dad, come on, let's go and see the piano man." Yeah, because I'd turn up. I thought I'd move to this address and have rest and relaxation. I was okay for a while, but at some point, my mother went to Desborough House with me, and an old lady says, "Get in the ambulance, Gordon," and I got sectioned, and that was that. I want my mum in a care home. I want my brothers in one-bedroom places for my brothers. And if they need social services, then so be it. And if they need to get sectioned, so be it. Lee White gets angry. He's been charged at actual bodily harm, right? If he was sectioned, he wouldn't be able to hurt people, would he? I don't hurt people. When I was a young boy, I think I hit David Parcell. David Parcell used to live right in the area. He was a bit drunk. He came to my mum's house and all that, and I knocked him out. And I got done for actual bodily harm. That was many years ago when I was a young boy. I went to Millbrook Secondary School, right? I had CSE, maths, art, English, and metalwork. I played cricket. I was running and doing hurdles and everything like that. I used to enjoy my life. It was great. Cub, Scout, Army Cadet. I passed my driving test at Green Lane, the same places where William Beanie, the Saints football player, passed his test. The only reason I've stopped driving is because I can't see just this side here. But that's all right. You never know. There might be a way to fix this. If I can get this sorted out, then I might drive again. But I doubt it very much. Right, you got a minute, 1 minute. And then I'm going to end the broadcast. Do have a good day. Look after yourself. Don't go near the NHS. Go private. Say goodbye. Got to say goodbye. Because I'm saying goodbye. Well, this is strange. See ya.